When somebody becomes an adult, that's really news to the brain, because the brain continues to develop in really critical areas through the mid-20s, generally about the age of 25. And what continues to develop is really the most important pieces of the brain, the rational and logical part of the brain. I think Dr. Corvin probably talked about the brain in detail, so I won't. But the prefrontal cortex, the frontal lobes, that really are the essence of who we are, but they also contain what we call the executive functions, which are those higher level thinking, reasoning, problem solving, judgment, emotional and behavioral regulation. All of those things are in what we refer to sometimes as that command center of the brain. So the frontal lobes still have a lot of developing to do, so they're not fully developed at age 18, and we see that progression through about age 25. So what we tend to see during adolescence is this period of just rapid brain growth and reorganization. The brain is going through this process of pruning, where it's getting rid of unused or weak neural connections. It's making new connections, strengthening connections for faster and more efficient communication. So the brain is highly adaptable and flexible during this period. It's primed for learning. It's probably the reason, large part of the reason why Austin was able to make such a remarkable recovery from his traumatic brain injury. It's a time of what we call developmental plasticity, where the brain is really adaptable and can change and make these new pathways compensate for those injuries. So it's pretty remarkable. In general, though, if you look at the characteristics that define adolescence, their immaturity, impulsivity, being very emotionally reactive, really poor risk assessment and poor planning, and that's the nature of adolescent development.
As the brain is developing in adolescence, is that affecting, I guess, their intellectual capacity as well as their emotional capacity?
Absolutely. What we tend to see, the problem for adolescents and why we tend to see that impulsive, emotion-driven behavior is because the emotional center of the brain, the limbic system, is highly active. It matures well before those frontal lobes that are the logic centers. So there it's really driving emotion and behavior. So it's the emotional center, the reward center, and that's the primary driver, right? So if you think about it in terms of a car, I think that's pretty accurate. You've got the emotions driving the bus, and the braking system, which is that frontal lobe area that says, hey, slow down, think this through, what are you doing, does this make sense? That's still being wired on the car. So you're really driving without brakes during that period of time, and it helps to explain why teenagers can be so reckless and impulsive. I think anybody who's had kids or spent time around teenagers has seen this. On the one hand, you have this budding maturity, and then on the other hand, they do something really dangerous and risky, and you ask, what were you thinking? Most of the time, they can't tell you. And it makes sense because they weren't thinking. They were reacting, right? It's more impulse-driven than logic-driven during that period of time. That's not to say that they can't slow down and make good decisions, but they're very reactive to emotional context, to peer pressure, to social context, and that's what helps to explain that impulsivity.
Based on your review of Austin's records and your training experience, how was he developing or maturing? How was his brain?
Mm-hmm. From everything I've read, really on a typical adolescent development course, he, did not have any notable developmental concerns. There was nothing noted about his attention or ability to stay focused. I know his brother James had been diagnosed with an attention deficit disorder, but none of those concerns were expressed for Austin. He had never had any previous mental health evaluations. He had good grades in school, passed all of his classes easily. There was never a concern or a need for an intellectual or psychological evaluation to see if he had any learning or underlying problems. He had excellent GPA. no known trauma history, no traumatic falls or injuries to his head. Really, from my understanding, just along that typical trajectory of development.
Are his record, so you met with him in 2025 after he suffered traumatic brain injury, but were your interactions with him consistent with the records of pre-head injury?
For the most part, yes. We didn't have any prior evaluations of his cognitive functioning. We expected, based on his performance in school and his GPA, that his neurocognitive functioning was at least average to above. And so those records we didn't have. But what I'm seeing now is consistent with the records that I've reviewed.
We mentioned the traumatic brain injury from the gunshot wound. How does the traumatic brain injury suffered at age 15, how does that affect the development and the maturity of someone's brain?
Right. That was a major disruption to his development at that time. I know that you've talked about the injury. I understand that Dr. Corbin had explained in detail what kind of injury he had to the frontal lobes. He had global diffuse impairments from that injury. I understand that from reading his medical records initially, unsure if he would survive the injury, and then if he did, what would his functional capacity or neurocognitive status look like down the road. So again, that was a major insult to his brain at that time. He had to relearn even the most basic of skills. Initially, just being able to attend to what's going on around him, to be able to make sense of incoming information, to understand and use language again. Initially, kind of mumbling, using single words, but to be able to then speak in sentences. His ability to have balance and to walk and to be able to address just self-care needs. He benefited tremendously from the intensive therapies that he was provided on almost a daily basis. Occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech and language. He made remarkable gains in a pretty short period of time, which again I think highlights the plasticity of the brain and just how resilient it is during this developmental period.
You mentioned that the frontal lobe is still one of the last parts of the brain to develop fully.
Correct.
And it controls executive function. I think you mentioned the frontal lobe is kind of like the brakes of the car in terms of the brain, right?
Correct, yes.
How, Austin shot himself and destroyed or removed a large portion of his frontal lobe, I believe frontal cortex. How does that affect his brain development?
That certainly, set that development back, right? His brain had to recover and heal and rewire and do things to be able to regain those functional capacities. And initially, even though he made tremendous gains in terms of his neurocognitive status, he was still functioning at a level well below what his baseline had been based on testing. He was evaluated by Dr. Samantha Sedlak. Initially, I believe it was March of 2023, and she did a battery of neuropsychological tests with him to see what the impact was of that brain injury. And one of the instruments that she gave him was a standard intelligence test for children. It's called the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children. It's the gold standard of IQ tests. And what it does is it's an individually administered standardized measure. So it's where his scores are compared against his peers, a representative sample. And she administered that test and additional neuropsychological tests. The test that she gave him initially, the intellectual measure, it's broken down into various areas of functioning: verbal skills, nonverbal processing, memory, processing speed, in the moment kind of thinking. And these tests have what we call a mean of 100, right? An average score of 100, standard deviation of 15. So any score we tend to think between 90 and 110 is pretty average, right? So Austin's full-scale IQ score, when initially tested, was a 73. So almost 2 standard deviations below normal. That's the range when we're talking about other individuals that would be in the range of intellectual disability, right? People who would need support services to get through school, they'd need special education services. And it was such a drastic decline from his baseline functioning prior to the injury that she diagnosed him with a major neurocognitive disorder due to his traumatic brain injury. Again, he had made wonderful progress in his recoveries, but still his intellectual functioning is well below what it had been initially.
Were you able to observe in your interactions with Austin the effects of the damage to his frontal lobe?
Yes,
Talk about that.
Sure. When I met Austin, he had been evaluated a second time by Dr. Sedlak, and so I think it's important to understand what he was functioning like when I saw him from a neurocognitive perspective, if that's all right to explain. When Dr. Sedlak tested him for the second time, he was over the age of 16, so she gave him the adult version of the same intelligence test. It's scored the same way. Standard score of 100 is the mean, standard deviation of 15. And this time, when she tested Austin about 2 years after his injury, his full-scale IQ score was a 91. So again, tremendous gain from that original score of a 73. She believed that it was much more in line with Austin's baseline or pre-morbid, pre-injury functioning. Maybe not regaining all of his skills, but back to a 91 being about in the average range. Whereas prior to that, the 73, I think his score was at the 4th percentile, meaning 96% of peers scored higher than him. So he had certainly made a lot of neurocognitive gains, but he still had deficits in processing of information, the speed with which he could do that, and his working memory. And also, she noted his affect, right? Kind of flat. Again, consistent with where his brain injury occurred. When I met with him, I think that those results were pretty consistent with what I saw. Again, some mild memory issues, but also that being very talkative, being very, I don't know if I'd say impulsive in that, but not regulating that a lot, kind of interrupting when I was talking to ask a question or to answer a question. Again, consistent with the injuries to his frontal lobes.
If he were to be tested again now or sometime in the future, based on his improvements between 2024 and 2023, would you expect his results to be?
I'll allow the opinion if you have a basis.
Based on your training and experience as a psychologist, and do you have experience in testing individuals for IQ tests, that kind of thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Based on the healing that has obviously occurred in his brain and the improvements he's made from 2023 to 2024, would you expect to see the scores continue to rise to some degree? To
some degree, I do, yes. Based on his performance academically prior to this, I think a 91 is again, average, but he might have been functioning a little bit higher than that. The nice thing about this is his brain is continuing to develop, right? So all of those executive functioning skills in those frontal lobes are, because of maturation, continuing to develop and improve. And testing him again, because he had such good neurological recovery, I expect that he probably would test a little bit higher. He's certainly back on the track in terms of his developmental trajectory. Dr. Sedlak indicated that when she looked at the scores, she didn't see any permanent deficits that would preclude his ability to continue to develop and develop those skills in his frontal lobes, despite the damage.
And is this type of improvement typical in teenagers who suffer this type of brain injury?
You know,
Experience?
yeah, and every brain injury is different, and again, his was terribly destructive. But because the brain is so adaptable and flexible, you tend to see much greater recovery during the adolescent period than you would if you or I had this kind of brain injury.
And I think you mentioned before that the brain is very malleable at that age and is often able to rewire itself, I think is the phrase you used. How does, if you know, in Austin's brain, now that some of the frontal lobe has been removed, can you tell us how the rest of the brain kind of compensates for that?
You know, specifically, I can't. What I can tell you is based on his performance now, based on those scores, based on our knowledge of the brain being as adaptable as it is, in kind of shifting and making new neural connections and pathways to compensate for areas that have been damaged, I don't see anything that suggests he hasn't been able to recover. He's finished high school. While he's been incarcerated, did not need any special education services to do that. Right, his IQ is now back into the average or normal range. So I think he's made tremendous gains in that area, and I don't see any reason that his future course of development, that natural developmental process, wouldn't continue.
If we could move on now to talk about appreciation of the risks and consequences. Can you tell us just generally how a typical adolescent appreciates the consequences of their action, or just kind of flesh that out for us?
Sure. Not well, sadly. Adolescents are not adults, right? They don't think, reason, problem solve the way adults can, because they just don't have those adult capacities. They are very much present focused in their decision making and not future oriented, whereas adults tend to factor in potential consequences of their actions into their decision making. Again, the brakes kind of kick in, and it enables us to kind of think through more logically what we're going to do. We have better emotion regulation skills. For adolescents, because the emotional and reward center of the brain is really driving at that point, adolescents have a poor time of managing and assessing risk. They are making decisions that are present oriented, and they don't really have those capacities to fully consider and appreciate risks and consequences like we do. They don't have, it's just skills that are not yet developed. For adults, the brakes, again, the frontal lobe, the logical reasoning can kick in. So teenagers are really kind of just impulsive and emotionally driven, especially in contexts where there's peer involvement or that are emotionally high-level, stressful situations. It's not to say that adolescents don't understand cause and effect, or that they don't understand that something's dangerous. They do. But it doesn't mean that they won't still do it, right? Because those behavioral and emotional controls here are lagging behind, right? And they just don't have that same future orientation like we do. If anybody, again, has kids or teenagers, the sad reality, they think that adults are old, right? Their parents are old. They can't. A 15-year-old thinks, their 40-year-old parent is just ancient. They cannot put themselves into that adult mindset of what that life would look like. They just don't have the capacity yet.
And that ability will improve over time, or should improve over time for most
Absolutely. And again, adolescents can make sound decisions in a lot of contexts, right? When they have time to think, when there's not pressure, when there aren't peers involved, when it's not an emotionally driven situation, they can make good logical decisions. Unfortunately, that impulse control is what's lacking behind. So often they're just reactive. And that improves with age. As I said, if we're thinking about the brain continuing to develop into the mid-20s, a 15-year-old brain is vastly different than that 25-year-old brain.
And based on your review of Austin's records, did you see anything that would differentiate him from an average teenager in terms of appreciating consequences or anything like that?
No, I would say from my understanding of how he was functioning prior to, he had typical 15-year-old abilities.
You have you read Dr. Corbin's report as a part of your evaluation of Austin, or reviewing the records.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then you watched his testimony maybe on YouTube or on TV.
Yes, I tried to watch some of it, yes.
And you heard, or you're aware of his testimony about the possibility of a depersonalization event.
Yes.
Can you talk about how adolescents are able to or not able to pick up on changes in their psychological well-being? Or
Sure.
didn't put that very well, but
Yes.
can you answer that for us?
Sure. Adolescents are less self-aware. That's one of the big things, right? Adolescents live in their present functioning. They're inner focused, but they're less aware generally of how that something's different, that something is changing. Generally, when I would see adolescents in my clinical practice, it's because they were referred, right, by a parent, by a teacher. Some observer noticed something different. Most of the time, I will say that when they got to my office, they had no idea, right? I'd say, what brings you here? Why are you here today? The adolescents generally look at me and say, I don't know, my mom made me come, right? They're less self-aware. And again, when we're talking about the onset of mental health symptoms, it expresses itself differently for everybody, and kids that age just don't always understand that there's something different, right? And something to recognize and something to reach out and seek help.
How does Austin's traumatic brain injury come into play with this subject as well?
In terms of his ability to recognize?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or to appreciate the consequences of his action moving forward.
Okay. Well, again, his injuries to the frontal lobe, which is that executive powerhouse, right? The executive functioning skills. So while he's 18 now, he's going to continue to get better, right? Better develop those skills: self-regulation, impulse control, emotional management, thinking, appreciating future consequences. I don't see any evidence that would suggest that those skills will not continue to improve despite his brain injury. Again, in looking at his testing records and Dr. Sedlak's evaluation and opinion, she didn't see permanent deficits that would impact his ability to continue to grow and develop along a mostly normal course despite his traumatic brain injury. That certainly affects him in terms of even his basic personality. Again, that's really the essence of who we are in the frontal lobes. He's a different person today than he was at 15, developmentally, age-wise, and because of his brain injury.
Based on your review of Austin's records, did he receive psychological and neurological treatment while he was in the hospital?
Yes.
Like extensive, right?
He did. He received, I think, almost daily therapies. Speech and language, occupational. He was seen psychiatrically. Initially, I believe, he had extensive, intensive therapies to enhance the recovery, and which was needed during those critical periods in those first few weeks after his injury. And he did make remarkable gains from that time. And he still has over the course of the 3 years.
And when he was sent to Central Regional Hospital for evaluation, did he receive any treatment from those doctors?
No, that was just evaluation of his capacity to proceed with his legal case.
That was just testing to see if we could have a trial, if he could plead guilty.
Exactly.
They didn't work with him at all to try to address any underlying or psychological issues moving forward.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then when he was in custody in Cumberland County, did did he receive any treatment from him that you are aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing in his records that would indicate that he did.
No. My understanding, he's not been seen by or evaluated by any mental health professionals for any underlying mental health condition. Didn't receive any therapy, school-based. Like I said, he did finish his high school education and received his diploma, but I'm not aware of any counseling services or any other rehabilitative services he might have received.
Do you believe that he would benefit from those types of services moving forward?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Again, because his brain is so adaptable at this age and flexible, he's just 18 now, there's a lot of learning and growth that's possible with opportunity and experience, exposure. Again, kids learn from experience, adolescents learn from experience, adults learn from experience. I think that mental health treatment, for him to be able to really process what has happened to him in terms of how he's not the same person anymore, this traumatic brain injury, what that looks like for him, and also to come to terms with, what he's done. I think he would benefit. He's a pretty, I wouldn't say insightful kid, but he's a curious kid, right? And he wants to understand, and he would benefit, I believe, very strongly in therapy to be able to help him to process these things. And again, when he's been in custody, he was able to finish his education. He wants to learn. The brain wants to learn at this age. It will grow and develop based on experiences and opportunity. And there's no reason to suggest that his won't at this point. I think he's done very well in custody for the past 3+ years. From what I've read in his detention records, he hasn't had any emotional or behavioral issues. His conduct has been appropriate. He's, been described as, I think, just pretty easygoing. He's been able to manage his emotions and behaviors despite his traumatic brain injury, despite the fact that he's housed with many other juveniles who have their own emotional and behavioral issues, and him struggling also with his own recovery and his legal situation. That's a lot of stress. And he's been able to show us that he's managed that well. He has those developing emotional and behavioral controls, right? The breaks are coming, and he's been benefiting from treatment, or benefiting from that environment, I would say. I think having formalized treatment while he's incarcerated would be really important.
Nothing further. Thank you, Marcille.
Cross-examination, Mr. Ball.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor. Is it Sapia or Sapia?
Sapia. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
So when we talk about the juvenile brain, or brains in general, I think you mentioned that all brains, well, you mentioned every brain injury is different, but can we agree all brains are different to some extent?
Yes.
And all juvenile brains are different to some extent.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Is it fair to say that in terms of a juvenile brain's capacity for intellectual functioning, there's a spectrum?
Yes.
We have some that, I'm sure you see some that are have very small capacities, extremely immature, and then there are some on the other end of that spectrum where a juvenile may have a much greater capacity, exhibit much more maturity for someone of their age. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there's certainly a range within which, and again, not just based on IQ. You're right, there's emotional immaturity.
Right. Mm-hmm. Emotional, social, physical even too.
Absolutely.
Okay. And in the time that you met with Mr. Thompson during that 2 hours and 20 minutes, did you ask him or have any conversation with him about what happened on October 13th of 2022?
I did.
Okay. And what was he able to tell you?
Well, interestingly, one of the things that I do when I talk to people in general about incidents like this is he had a significant brain injury, and so there was what we understand to be some general amnesia about those events. But what I always remind people, and I have to explain to adolescents in general, is that your brain is not a video recorder, right? Memory is not, we can't rewind and replay things through and know that they're accurate. Memory is reconstructional in nature, right? We go back in our brain, and anytime we have a memory, we're bringing that back up, so we're acting on it. Sometimes it's hard for people to know the source of their knowledge. How do I know what I know? Did I learn that? Did I read it? Did I experience it? For Austin, when he first woke up after that brain injury, he didn't remember what had happened.
And I appreciate all that, but I'm just asking, what did he tell you on October 13th of 2025?
Okay. Well, the reason that I'm saying that is I cautioned him. Don't tell me what you know or think you know based on what you've read, what you've been told. What do you actually recall? And that was very difficult for him. But one of the things that he did is he would stop himself. And he would say, wait, I don't know that. I don't know how I know that, right? So that was great. He learned from me. Don't tell me what happened because you read it and you have A and C, so obviously B happened, right? The brain, that confabulation, filling things in. He doesn't specifically remember. He believes that he remembers things, and I don't know how accurate those memories are. Like going to school. Mom drove to school, or James, his brother, drove them to school every day. And then Mom would take the car. James had his learner's permit, so he was driving. So Austin assumes that's what happened that day. He thinks he recalls being in first period in English that day, but after that, he would tell me, and then we took the bus home. Do you remember taking the bus home? Well, we always took the bus home because Mom and Dad couldn't pick us up. I don't know that he actually remembers, but that was his routine. So he told me when they got home, James was on the computer playing his game on the PlayStation, and Austin thinks he was in his room on his phone, maybe on YouTube, maybe playing a game, doesn't really remember what. He told me he remembers that he got his gun and shot James in the back of the head. I don't know if he remembers that or not, really, or that's what he knows to have happened. He does not recall writing those notes that were left at the house. He said he's obviously read them and seen them, doesn't recall writing them, doesn't know what they mean, couldn't understand why he would have killed his brother. Talked to me about, there wasn't any argument that he's aware of, any animosity, any strain, and we didn't see that in any of the records or interviews. So I don't know how much of that he remembers. He told me that he remembers somewhat walking down the street or going through to the woods, remembered being in a shed. First he called it a barn, but corrected himself and said, no, I think it was a shed. He thinks he remembers prior to shooting himself in the head. I don't know that he does, but that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had reviewed Zach Rowell's reports where he had met with him. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And he was able to, and when I say he, the defendant described to him a little bit more detail about what had happened. He described after he shot James in the back of the head, he described dragging him or pulling him kind of by the head into the master bathroom. And he did describe that to Mr. Rouse, right?
Yes, my understanding, yes.
And have you reviewed any of the discovery, or were you provided with any of the discovery in this case?
No, I wasn't.
And you watched, sounds like you watched Dr. Corbin's testimony, or at least listened to it, or viewed it in some way.
A part of it, yeah.
And the defendant told him even some more details about where he went and why he shot several of those people.
I don't recall him saying the why. I think that was the question of why this happened. I know that he explained, and he's been asked multiple times, what happened, and
Right.
in trying to say the why of it happening. I don't think Austin's ever been able to explain the why.
Okay. So you didn't see the part of Dr. Corbin's testimony where he indicated that Austin told him he shot his neighbors to prevent them from calling the police.
I did. Yes, I did see that. I don't know how accurate that is, but yes.
Well, that's what Dr. Corbin testified to.
Yes.
And when you're looking at the relevant social and family history, when you're talking to Austin and kind of getting a background on him, that he's the historian, right? And so you get whatever information you get from him, and I imagine you have to compare that to the other information that's available.
Absolutely.
And the other information that's known at all.
Correct.
He told you he didn't have any symptoms of depression, anxiety, or mood changes or instability.
Right.
And that checks out with what his family has said, what his teachers have said. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did he mention to you, in talking about his family relationships, that his parents were in the process of separating?
No, he did not.
Was that something you knew at the time you spoke with him?
I don't believe that I did.
So that wasn't in any of the other... You don't remember that being in any of the other
No.
records?
No.
And I just want to, and one thing in your report on page 3, when you talk to, or you mentioned you're talking about his medical history, you're aware that he, at some point, was prescribed minocycline.
Yes. He was seen by the dermatologist, and yes.
Okay. And in your report, you say that was in 2020, but the records that we've been provided show that was in 2021. Is that just maybe an oversight?
Yes, I would. The records were from Southern Dermatology, so that might have just been a mistake, a typo. Thank you.
So Austin he did well in school,
Yes.
correct? And you described his grades as average, but he was actually towards the top of his class. He was in the top 50 of his class. Were you aware of that?
And I think he had a 3.8 GPA, so it's certainly average to above.
Right,
Yeah.
right. You don't want to shortchange anyone.
I think he struggled a little bit when they went to online classes initially during COVID, which a lot of kids did.
That was very common, right?
They needed or benefited from the structure, so I think that was a piece of it. But I think he had all A's going in to his 9th grade year, and his GPA was fantastic.
And one of the, with Austin being the historian for a lot of this, and you're limited to the records we have, did you review any phone records?
No.
Fair to say, very common for adolescents to spend a lot of time on their personal phones or devices.
Sadly, yes.
Some a lot of time.
Some people.
And Dr. Corbin talked to us about his recommendation is for moderation. Do you perhaps?
I agree.
Say?
I agree. Yes, we didn't have cell phones growing up, and when I first started seeing, a lot of my practice kids, they didn't, but now everybody does, and it's the digital age, and I think they often spend too much time on it, but
Right.
That's just my opinion.
Right. Well, because it can, in some cases, become a substitute for the reality around them?
Well, I think it depends on, what they're doing on the phone, but I think, in terms of our social connectedness, I think, that's where a lot of the problem comes in. We tend to text people versus calling, or, text with them, not see them in person. Sadly, I think COVID did a lot of that as well, and then people just got used to that more impersonal way of interacting.
Right, and it also opens up kind of an unlimited library, if you will, for any and all subjects that somebody, a thought comes into your brain. I wonder about this, and you can look up anything, right?
You can.
And from all accounts, well, besides Dr. Corbin, have you watched any other witnesses testify in this?
I have not, no.
Okay. So would it surprise you to know that by all accounts, Austin typically acted appropriately at home and in school?
Would that surprise me? No.
No one's talked about any him acting irrationally or overly emotionally. Does that seem to fit with your assessment and what you've seen?
Yes.
His parents and some of his teachers have described him as fairly mature, in the sense that he had tasks to do at home and did things to help out around the house.
Sure, chores.
Made meals. I think he power washed the house with his brother. They had businesses. I don't know if you know this, but they would sell golf balls and make money that way. And those were things that some of those things were things that his parents didn't urge him to do or tell him to do. He and his brother just did them on their own. I think someone referred to him as kind of a self-starter.
Took the initiative. Not so surprising. He was an intelligent kid.
He was a smart kid. Kind of goal-oriented. He went to school, made good grades because that was important to him.
Never missed a day. Told me he didn't skip classes. Didn't necessarily love school, but it was important to him. His grades were important to him.
Right, and even if it was something that he didn't enjoy doing, he went and did it with, by all accounts, with a good attitude.
I would not disagree.
So I'd like to talk about the circumstances of the offense section of your report that is on page 7. You described him as, or you indicate we don't have access to his thoughts and feelings at the time.
Correct.
And that's because he can't or hasn't communicated those to anyone.
Right.
Right. And the one of the things you mentioned, and just typically of the adolescent brain in general, is when you talked about people being referred to you, either by their parents or someone else. Fair to say that these juveniles that you see they can have feelings, and part of their issue is the inability to articulate those feelings.
Absolutely. They're less self-awareness, less insight.
Right. And so they would come to someone like you or another therapist to try to either teach them or help them articulate what it is that they're feeling.
Correct.
And I imagine, I don't want to assume, but would it be fair to say that for those individuals that are unable to figure that out or do not have an outlet to articulate these feelings, that can lead to some consequences.
In what way? In terms of their emotional
if a
function?
juvenile doesn't have an ability to, they're having all these feelings, they don't know or understand what they are, they're unable to articulate them, and they don't have an outlet for what they think these feelings are, that can cause them to act.
True, right. You often see emotional acting out in children and adolescents for those reasons. They're not able to identify or verbalize what's happening, and it comes out in their behavior.
And so, is it possible that would it be possible that Austin can't or hasn't articulated a reason for this because he doesn't know how?
I guess anything is possible, but given the extent of his brain injury and given what he said and did around the times that he woke up and not having the knowledge of why he was there or what was happening even with his father in the room with him, I think that's more unlikely.
But what about before his brain injury?
What do you mean?
If he's unable to, his inability to articulate a reason for this.
He shot himself in the head the day that it happened.
To anyone else prior to that.
I don't know that. What I'm hearing you ask me is more that this happened and then he shot himself. So I don't think, I believe we've heard that there were any warning signs, red flags, any developmental concerns, didn't leak any information to anybody that he wasn't doing well or that something was on his mind or that there was any plan to do anything like this. So
so he wrote a note, right? And you've reviewed those, I assume?
I did see the note, yes.
Okay.
The two, yes.
Two notes.
Mm-hmm.
And those are, or the main note, that is an attempt at least to articulate reasons.
He did write reasons in that note. When I asked him about that, he doesn't recall writing the notes and said, doesn't know what those notes mean, why he would have even said those things.
Right, but those notes, they address a certain audience or audiences, right? I mean, there are notes to his parents, notes to people that took him hunting, messages to the police.
Right.
And you didn't review his phone history. And I want to point to something that you mentioned in, maybe it's the last sentence of the second sentence under the circumstances of the offense. It is certainly possible Austin experienced or perceived something in the relationship with his brother that he cannot recall and that was unknown to his parents that impacted his thinking and behavior that day.
Yes.
Okay. So he could have had, and I'm paraphrasing this, is what you're saying. It's possible he could have had some perceived grievance or grudge or issue with his brother that we just don't know about.
Right, it's possible.
And it's possible he could have had some perceived grievance or grudge with individuals beyond his brother that we just don't know about.
It's, again, anything's possible. I don't think that that's likely given what we did know about his functioning, and, to that extent, like you said, he did great in school. Nobody noticed anything. There were no concerns maybe about substance use or him withdrawing emotionally more so. No concerns about different just mood swings. So again, certainly possible that something happened with his brother and maybe happened that day after school. And again, emotionally reactive versus deliberate and thoughtful. Those things are certainly possible.
Sure, and it's possible too that he was maybe towards the more mature, maybe emotionally mature end of this spectrum, and was maybe pretty good at keeping those two things separate.
Keeping
whatever his perceived grievance was or his perceived grudge with either with his brother or with others separate from his outward facing personality that everybody saw.
I think it would be, again, anything's possible, but given the family dynamics and given that he didn't express any of those things, nobody noticed any of those things, not generally typical. If an adolescent is going through something emotionally, a lot of times they do disclose, or it comes out in other ways, in behavior. So again, anything is possible, and adolescents at 15, they can. Like I said, by 16, they've got more logical kind of reasoning abilities, but the brain is still 15. And so that maturity, yes, that is on a spectrum, right? Some 15-year-olds are more mature than others, but still, the brain has another good 10 years of developing those emotional and behavioral controls. So what I meant in that, it's certainly possible something happened, that day.
And then your next sentence, beginning of the next paragraph, is after killing his brother, the rest of Austin's actions appeared quite impulsive, disorganized, and poorly thought out. And so I want to talk to you about that. After he shot his brother, he took him into the bathroom, and that's where he killed his brother, right?
Yes.
And so after that, Austin changed clothes. Do you know if that's true or not?
I asked him about his backpack. He had a backpack, and he told me that there were clothes in his backpack. He was not sure if those were clothes that he had on. He expected that they were, but he wasn't sure.
Well, he cleaned up. He went through his home and packed that bag, right?
I imagine, yes, that he didn't. Yes.
Well, he either had it packed before he killed his brother, or he packed it afterwards.
Correct.
And that would indicate some sort of planning and foresight.
Well, I think, again, if you think about adolescents, yeah, they can plan. Little kids can plan. But it's the level of planning. They're not able to think and plan with that future orientation like you and I can do. And so, yeah, sure, he grabbed his backpack. He probably did that every day for school to carry his things. So,
okay.
Yes.
Well, were you aware that it contained kind of a survival kit? It contained food and water. It contained hundreds of rounds of more shotgun shells. It contained face paint. It contained flashlights, binoculars, toilet paper. It contained money. Were you aware of that?
I was aware that it contained various items. I think what I meant in that is, if you think about it as we would think about it and step back, where was he going? What was he doing? He, from my understanding, was walking down the street or the Greenway, a few bottles of water, a granola bar. Where was he going? What was he doing? What was this long-term plan going to look like? That's what I mean in terms of poorly organized. He's still an adolescent, right? So what was he going to do after today or the next day or the next day? To me, that seems much more impulsive. Oh my gosh, right? I just killed my brother. I got to go hide or whatever. I don't know. It just seems much more disorganized than a plan that an older person would make.
So he packed all of these things. He actually put them in plastic bags, Ziploc bags. You're aware that there were numerous firearms in the home?
Yes.
And so he chose, of those 13 or so firearms, he chose 2.
Yes.
Right? And you watched Dr. Portman's testimony yesterday. Do you recall him talking about, the catastrophic effects of a shotgun?
Yes.
And so the defendant chose a shotgun and a firearm for which he had multiple magazines from the choices that he had.
Correct.
That would be a decision, right?
He made it, yes.
And he brought contacts with him, extra contacts, eye contacts. So it would certainly appear that he had some idea that he was going to be somewhere for some period of time.
I would not disagree that, yes, he kids his age, adolescents his age, yeah, they make plans. They do things. They, can organize behavior. But then he walked down the street with the long gun. If he were thinking this through in a more logical or clear-headed, why would he do that? If he could put the pistol in a backpack and if his idea was to go and hide somewhere, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, it seems very adolescent-y in the sense of it's not well thought out. It seems pretty impulsive. I would imagine in an emotionally reactive state, given that he had just killed James. That, again, not having the brakes on the car yet to be able to slow down, like, what am I doing? Kids are emotionally reactive. So again, I'm not arguing that they can't plan and they can't make decisions, but they often don't make really good ones because their judgment and those emotional controls are lagging behind, especially in an emotionally charged situation.
Can we agree that anyone who kills another person on purpose does not make a good decision?
It's again, especially as an adolescent, right? Impulsive, poor thinking, poor planning, poor emotional regulation. Stop, think, what's going on here? But it's not a good decision. Absolutely.
So at some point, either before or after he's gathered his supplies together and has still not left the house, he decides to write this note, right?
Right.
And the note acknowledges what he's done, right?
Yes.
He references that he's killed his brother. Tells us how he did it. As I mentioned before, it references messages to law enforcement, right?
I've read the note, yes.
Right. And so, and it also contemplates the resolution of this incident, doesn't it?
In what way?
Well, he says, I don't want to die, but I probably will.
I can't speak to his mental state at the time, but yes, he did write that.
Well, he wrote that, and someone reading that might take that to mean, I intend to die at the end of this.
When I look at the note and I look at it together and I put it to try to make it make sense, I can't. Right? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well,
he can't tell me now that what it meant or why he wrote it or whatever was going on in his mind at the time. I can't speculate about that. What I'm talking about is different than that, right? That's what his adolescent brain thinks at the time, which is present oriented versus that future orientation. He's impulsive. He doesn't have the same skills and capacities that we have. So it's a less than, right? His brain doesn't function like it even does today at 18. So, that could have been, like I said, an impulsive reaction. We don't know. He doesn't know what those things meant.
But for someone who has just killed their brother and loaded up with ammunition and a long gun and a pistol, that is a logical thing to write for someone who is foreseeing how this might play out, is it not?
It's certainly possible.
So, Mr. Thompson's brain today is different than any other 18-year-old's. Fair to say?
Exactly, yes.
I mean, I think we talk, every brain is different, but
Right.
his is especially different, correct?
His is different because of his brain injury. Because, like you said, yes, every 18-year-old has varying levels of these capacities, so he's different. But he's different because he has this brain injury. And again, that's the area of the brain that really houses our personality, the essence of who we are. So yes, he's different, and he's different from other 18-year-olds.
And I think, Dr. Corbin yesterday described it as catastrophic, the injuries to his brain.
Yes, I would agree.
And I think in your report, you refer to it as he's fundamentally different now due to his age and this, what you call irreparable damage.
Yes.
And that damage is to the frontal lobe.
Correct.
And that, we've talked about that kind of, it controls what you've told us it controls.
Right. That rational.
It's the brakes of the car.
Correct.
And so that's catastrophic, that's irreparable. There may be some improvement from where he was, but at the end of the day, this injury will never really go away.
Yes, but I wouldn't say some improvement, major improvement, remarkable improvement. An IQ score of 73, being again in the range of intellectual disability, to being tested 2 years later, and he's got an average IQ of 91. And Dr. Sedlak, again, did pretty extensive testing and said, these scores do not reflect permanent deficits that would preclude him from being able to continue to develop neurocognitively in those executive functioning areas. So yes, he's a different person. Yes, he had significant brain damage. Yes, he still has residual neurocognitive effects with respect to his memory and processing, but again, he, from all accounts, is back on that developmental trajectory. His brain still, for the next at least 7 years, is going to mature in those areas, and we have seen he's benefited from rehabilitation. He's been able to maintain excellent conduct and behavioral control over the 3+ years in custody. So I think that tells us, yeah, he is a different person. That person who he was at 15 who committed these acts is no longer.
And to use your metaphor, he will always be. Well, you talked about it like a car,
mm-hmm.
right? And so this irreparable damage is to his brakes.
The damage is, yes, to the frontal lobes, but again, right, people with a 91 IQ, an average IQ, are functional every day as adults, and there's no reason to suggest that that brain has not been able to heal itself during this plasticity period. He's made remarkable gains, and so she expects, Dr. Sedlak, after her testing, and we expect as psychologists and understanding brain development, that he's going to continue to develop and mature. He's come so far from that injury. Yes, that injury is going to always be a part of him, but he doesn't suffer from that permanent brain damage that would prevent him from being able to further develop. I mean, like we said, he graduated from high school. He didn't have any difficulties with his studies. He's
right, and those are things that you would expect, but those are things we can't say for sure, correct?
What can't we say for sure?
What you just described as his improvements and continued improvements.
Well, we've seen his improvements, and again, he continues to make gains. Did graduate. He is performing well in custody. He hasn't had any behavioral or emotional incidents. He's progressing as expected for his age. There isn't any medical evidence to suggest that he won't continue along that progression.
Okay. The significance, though, of his traumatic brain injury that has been described as catastrophic and irreparable, that will always play a role in his development or lack thereof.
Sure.
And we can't say now, or you can't say now, how that will linger or affect his development or lack thereof going forward.
No, not definitively. I think what we know from what we've seen in the testing suggests that, again, he's on that typical developmental course again. Yes, he will still have residual deficits, but again, nothing impacting him to the degree that we don't expect that normal brain development to continue. Again, the brain is pretty remarkable and adaptable, and for him to have come this far, that his IQ is back in the average range, and he finished high school, and he's doing well in custody, I think those things speak to how much he has benefited and improved. That brain injury will always be a part of him, though, yes.
And we don't know how those issues may manifest in the future with regards to the impact of his significant, irreparable brain injury.
We can't know the full impact, but again, the early time at post-injury is really the best predictor of how much he's going to heal and regain those functions, and he has been able to do that. Like we said, probably not back to baseline from an intellectual standpoint, but certainly doing well, and average IQ is great. So I don't see that there would be any evidence to suggest that he would regress or not be able to continue that progression.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So back to this metaphor of the car, his braking system was catastrophically damaged.
Yes, at age 15.
Right. and it's irreparable to some extent.
Right, to some extent. And you see his injuries. You see that he has lost part of his brain, yes.
And so for the rest of his life, he will be operating with a damaged braking system.
Damaged at the time, yes. However, again, brain is really flexible. So he is continuing to develop those brakes, right? The brakes are being enhanced. They were, since the time of the injury to now, he has shown that he's developing along that expected course. So, yeah, are there going to be some residual effects? Of course there will be. But we haven't seen that in terms of any behavioral or emotional disturbance or his learning or his inability to, maintain while he's been in confinement the past 3 years. So, again, all of those are great prognostic indicators. No developing mental health conditions. A lot of times TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, you have secondary mood disturbances. None of that has been noted for him.
Well,
I think it's remarkable.
And I think what you've mentioned before, though, is that he hasn't had any of that type of review or counsel, since he's been in custody. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, to my knowledge, he hasn't had any counseling or additional rehabilitative therapies.
Okay. And so, last thing, while there have been signs that the brakes are starting to be repaired, or to some extent have been repaired, they will never be what they would have been without this injury.
We can't say that for sure, right? Again, he's made tremendous progress, and again, everybody's got a difference in their braking system, even at the same age, right? Even at 25, there are going to be differences. I would expect that we would have seen a lot of that now, while the brain is still developing and reorganizing. I can't predict the future, but I can tell you that based on his neurological recovery and what he's been able to do in the last 3+ years, I don't see any permanent evidence of deficits that are going to get in the way of him continuing to develop and improve all of those controls.
No further questions, Joe.
Read the road.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. Just to clarify, you were asked to prepare a report looking at the Miller factors for Austin, right?
Yes.
You were not asked to evaluate his mental state at the time of the offense.
Correct.
That was more of Dr. Corbin's purview.
Yes.
And I think you testified you have done maybe hundreds of reports for this type of hearing.
Yes. Hundreds of evaluations. Yes.
You interviewed the defendants in those cases as well.
Yes.
And some of them lie to you or maybe malinger in those interviews.
Sure.
Did you detect any of that from Austin when you met with them last year?
I didn't. The information I got from him, that's why we get collateral sources to check, right? Even as adults, we sometimes miss things. We don't always have all of the information or perspective that other people do. So, no, I didn't pick any of that up with him.
And we talked briefly about the patients you see are almost always brought in because of the parents, right?
Correct. I don't recall having a child self-refer or an adolescent self-refer.
And do parents usually send their children to you without seeing some evidence of some mental disorder or bad behavior or something?
No, generally not. They might bring them because school officials have seen or teachers have seen, but yes, it's typically because somebody has observed.
Some evidence from somebody.
Right.
Do you think Austin's traumatic brain injury would make him benefit more from rehabilitation than someone else?
I think that
Someone without a traumatic brain injury?
Would he benefit more from treatment?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. In part because his brain had been injured and is still in that process of reorganizing and redeveloping. There's lots of opportunity over the next 7 years plus for him to continue to enhance his skills in that area. So any kind of cognitive therapies, any kind of mental health therapy, I think he would definitely benefit from those things.
And Mr. Boehm asked you about the brakes and the frontal lobe, Austin's frontal lobe specifically. Would you agree that his behavior at the detention center, where he's on the gold status and has not been in any trouble, isn't that evidence that his executive function is working fairly well?
Yes, and that's what I was trying to explain.
Is there any reason that you have seen that would make you believe, like you said, that he would regress and become a behavioral problem, anything like that?
No, nothing that I've seen.
I mean, based on your review of the records, has he ever been a behavioral problem?
No, and I think that's the piece of it. He had not been an outlier, prior to, and he does not appear to be an outlier now. He seems to be back on, a typical adolescent trajectory.
In general, as in adolescence, do they possess the capacity to grow emotionally and psychologically? Is that part of their development?
Yes, it's part of the developmental maturity from an emotional standpoint as well. They, that inner world, that focus from self to others, changes over time where they become more, it's what we also call social cognition and developing empathy and those things, living outside of this inner world.
Even with Austin's traumatic brain injury, do you have any reason to believe that he would not continue to grow emotionally and psychologically as if anyone else would?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Reed Cross.
Just a few more questions. Dr. Sapia, with regards to the defendant's behavior since while he's been at the detention center, did you watch or were you aware of Darcy Ross's testimony from yesterday?
No.
And in fact, he had arguably, before this happened, he had no behavioral issues at school, right?
To my knowledge, you're right.
No behavioral issues that drew the attention of anyone.
Correct.
With regards to the counsel asked you about whether or not you had thoughts about whether the defendant was lying or malingering to you, and you mentioned that's your reason for getting other information to try to check on these adolescents that you're talking to.
Right.
And again, I think you mentioned that you did not review the search records from his phone. Have you talked to defense counsel about those at all, or are you aware of those at all?
I am aware of those. We have not spoken in detail about those.
So were you aware that he had spent some time looking at topics such as killers who had killed and then escaped and lived in the woods, or at least attempted to live in the woods?
I don't know those specifics, but yes, I did hear Dr. Corbin's testimony as well, and I know that he searched a gazillion things about all kinds of topics.
And no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down.
Thank you.
further evidence for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Phyllis Jones. And
You can place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right. Face Mount Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Right, man.
good morning, Ms. Jones.
Good morning.
Could you please say and spell your name for the court reporter?
Say it one more time.
Can you say and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes. My name is Phyllis, Phyllis Jones, Jones.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Are you currently working?
I am not. I'm retired.
And what are you retired from?
I'm retired from the Department of Juvenile Justice as a principal.
And where were you a principal?
I was the principal at C.A. Dillon for a while, and then I was assigned to Chatham Youth Development Center, and they also gave me 2 detention centers that I was responsible for, and that was Cumberland Detention Center and Alexander Detention Center.
And when were you the principal at Cumberland Detention Center? What years?
It was around 2012, something like that.
And when did you retire?
I retired in December of 2024.
And so did you know Austin Thompson?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get to know Austin Thompson?
All of the children that come to the detention centers are treated exactly the same way as the students at the youth development centers. I, as the principal, would go in and consult with the teacher about the education that the child needs to continue with. We got transcripts from Austin's former school, and I reviewed it and made recommendations for the classes he needed to take in order to finish high school.
And when did you do that? When did you make that assessment?
As soon as I got his transcripts. He had been in the detention center for a couple of weeks, and at first we weren't allowed to assign him anything. So during that time, I reviewed his transcript and made a schedule of what classes he needed to take.
At some point, did you meet with him about your plan?
Yes. Yes, I always meet with students and let them know what I have seen that they need, and see if they have any, excuse me, if they have any preferences or if I need to make any changes.
And what was Austin's attitude like when you first met him and talked to him about your recommendations?
He was very interested in what I had to say. He wasn't sure about the transcript, and a lot of students aren't because they don't see them. Nobody explains it to them, and that was what I felt my job was, to explain what he already had and what he needed to take.
And so did he start school pretty soon after coming to the detention center?
He started school when the doctor said it was okay for us to try to have him work on the coursework.
And in those early days, how was his progress?
Since he was confined, excuse me, to his room, I got permission from the director for, excuse me 1 minute. I got permission from Mr. Holland, who's the director at the detention center, for Austin to try to use the computer to take online classes. He was not allowed to go on the floor with the other students, and someone was with him 24/7. So Mr. Hollick said that it would be okay for him to try. When he first started, he was only allowed to have the computer in his room for no more than 2 hours. And when he got tired, it was taken away. It was no pressure. And he built up the time that he used the computer to work on his classes.
And when did he get to a point where his course of study felt a little more normal?
I don't know what you mean by normal, but when the doctor released him so that he could come out on the floor more, they moved his room to a room that was right off from the classroom. And that way, at first he only used the computer in his room, and he would let them know when he was tired, and they would take it away so he could rest. And then if he asked for it again, they would give it back to him. That was about 3 months after he got there, and then he was not allowed to, he still wasn't allowed to mingle with the other students because of his head injury. And they waited until medical said it was okay for him to be around other students. And I know the teachers, Miss Dixon and Miss Frazier, were very careful in what students they allowed to be on the floor with him. And these were students that had proven that they weren't going to be a threat to anybody. And he would come out for a couple hours at a time and then go back to his room. He was allowed to rest when he needed to. And he, like I said, gradually built himself up to the point where he worked all day and even worked sometimes in the evenings when he wanted to on the computer with his coursework.
And how, as the months progressed, how often did you meet with Austin?
I met with Austin at least once a month, and I had contact with the teachers on a weekly basis. I was the one that assigned the classes, so I monitored the classes. If I saw he was having some trouble or problem areas, I would email Miss Frazier and Miss Dixon and let them know that he was struggling in any kind of area, and give them instructions on what support he needed. And that was helpful to them because I had 3 special ed certifications plus language arts, social studies, and I've taught all subjects that the students take, so it was easy for me to give them instructions on what they need to do to give more support to him. And it's the same thing we do with any student that needs help.
When you would meet with Austin, what was his general attitude towards his education?
He was always very interested in his education. Of course, there were courses that he took that he really didn't like, but he understood that he had to have that credit, and he worked hard. He did his best in all the subjects that he took. And I asked him the same thing I asked all the other students: what's your favorite subject? What's your least favorite subject? What do you think you struggle with the most? And the only thing Austin told me was that he said, well, you know, I'll do all the work you assign to me, but my biggest struggle is math. And so I put him in some fundamental math courses so that he he could build up his skills.
And as you met with him at least once a month throughout his time in high school, what else did you learn about Austin Thompson?
Well, he was very quiet. He was personable to me. He couldn't remember my name, so he called me the credit lady. And no pressure. I understood who he was talking to when he would say the credit lady, and so did everybody at the detention center. They thought it was kind of cute, and I did too, because that was a way for him to acknowledge that he recognized me. And he was, it was a couple of times he and I were talking about problem areas he was having, and he made some jokes about it. And he had a nice sense of humor. It wasn't dark, it wasn't nasty, it was a very nice sense of humor. And he was always very personable, very polite, and very courteous.
Miss Jones, at some point, did Austin graduate?
Yes, Austin graduated. He finished all of his coursework in December of 2024 because he understood that each semester he had to finish the courses that were assigned to him before the end of the semester in December. And he did that. So we had his graduation in January of 2025. And Mr. Hollop asked me if I would be willing to conduct the graduation and come back and do that with him, and I did.
Was that after you had retired?
Yes.
How many graduations had occurred at Cumberland Detention Center?
None. He was the first.
He was the first. Now, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Jones, I am going to hand you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 18.
Okay, this is Austin's transcript.
And is it the transcript that he had at the Cumberland Detention Center school?
Yes,
And I think I see your name on it as his principal. Is that
that
right?
is correct.
All right.
And this is the North Carolina State Learning Academy at Cumberland. That is the name of that school.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 18.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Allowed.
Oh, I'll give it to him later. It's okay. Thank you. And if we could look at this, is this his GPA right here?
Yes, it is. It's
What-
a 3.4 GPA, which is a B average.
Okay. And you mentioned, I'll take that back for a second. You mentioned that he graduated in January of 2025.
Yes,
Based on when he started high school,
yes,
would that have actually been a semester early?
yes,
Okay.
it was.
Thank you. And now I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 19.
Okay.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, that's the invitations that Miss Jones and I developed, and she sent them out for his graduation.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 19.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
And the last one I'm going to hand you is Defendant's Exhibit 20. What is that?
Okay, that is a picture of Austin at the end of the graduation when he received his diploma.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold on to that. And, Your Honor, if I may display Defendant's Exhibits 19 and 20 on the projector.
Yes, you're seeking admission of 20.
I am, Your Honor. Thank
Any
you.
objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's allowed. These the court, are these
Court
copies?
copies.
Okay, I'll get these to the clerk.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Personal copies for you. The marked ones are over on the witness stand.
Thank you,
Ms. Jones,
Yes,
oh,
ma'am. Oops,
looking over here at this screen, is that invitation?
that is correct.
And then if we could see Defendant's Exhibit 20. Is that?
And that is the picture of Austin when we finished the graduation, and he's displaying his diploma.
All right. And Ms. Jones, at that graduation ceremony, tell me how Austin presented himself.
He was very humble. He was very thankful that he finished his coursework. He was excited that his parents were there and other family and friends. People from the central office of DJJDP was there, the Department of Juvenile Justice, and they had stopped by at the detention center very often, and they would ask how he was doing when they came. So they were very excited to get an invitation to his graduation, and he was just real pleased with everybody that came.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No question, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Gonna go back the same way, Ms. Jones.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Right. Take your time. Go down this ramp, just a little bit up and climb.
Let me just ask schedule. So we're about to take a break. So further evidence.
I have one more witness,
Very well. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and we'll resume at 20 minutes till and continue with the evidence. Jeanette, further evidence?
The defense calls Robert Apologize.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, sir.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Could you please say and spell your name for the court?
Yes, Robert Firminides,
Firminides.
and it's Fermanides.
All right. Chaplain Firminides, can you tell me if you have any affiliation with the Cumberland Detention Center for Youth?
I do.
And what is that?
I am a volunteer chaplain and religious service coordinator.
And how long have you been in that position?
26 plus years, possibly 28.
Always at the same facility?
Yes.
And as the volunteer chaplain, what do you do?
So basically we have church services. We have it on Sunday, and we have it now on Tuesday evening.
So 2 religious services a week?
Correct.
Do you also work with some of the children at the facility on their religious development?
Yes.
At some point while you were there, did you hear about Austin before you met him?
Yes.
When did you hear about Austin?
When, as in what year, what time of year?
I guess when in proximity to when this event occurred and...
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard prior to Austin coming to the center. Mr. Hallett called me and let me know that we had him coming to us.
And when did you first meet with Austin?
Not exactly sure when he arrived, but very soon afterwards.
Tell me about that meeting.
So, to the best of my recollection, because there was a couple at the beginning where, so my first recollection would be Austin had his helmet on that he was wearing, and it was very minimal. So I was very cautious, understanding that he had a brain injury. So, yeah, it was very minimal, the first couple.
And what was Austin like in those first couple meetings? How did he present?
Very quiet. I would almost say standoffish. Yeah, very differently than as I know him now.
And did you continue to meet with him?
Yes.
After those first couple of meetings, did anything change or develop in your interactions with him?
I would say absolutely. Slowly. We developed some rapport, if that's the word. So we got to know each other.
And in those meetings, did you talk to him about his faith or beliefs?
Absolutely.
And what did he tell you?
So initially, and this isn't the question you asked, but I brought him a Bible when he was still in this first room, which is isolation, and he wasn't interested in it.
But he continued to meet with you?
Yes.
At some point, did he start joining the religious services?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So that progressed, but initially he was basically uninvolved, other than paying attention. He didn't assert himself. Quiet. And so, yeah.
At some point, did he start? Did you give him a Bible, or did he just suddenly have one?
So we have, we have Bibles that are available for them, and as long as staff allows, they're able to take those to their room and/or keep them permanently.
And did he start using a Bible, reading a Bible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
About when would that have been in relation to when he arrived at the center?
So, guessing with pretty good guess, I would say, my opinion, Lord, I'm going to guess around a year, because again I'm guessing, but isolation was at least 6 months, maybe close to a year before he came out. So, and I would say, from what I noticed, pretty much a couple of months, maybe 3 or 4 months into his participation.
And as sort of the months, even years went by, did you and him develop a relationship?
Yes, I believe so.
Tell me about the Austin you got to know.
Austin's a very fun-loving, genuine, jovial, if that's comical, I don't know. Not an educated man, I'm sorry. But sincere, and also, maybe I would say, a little self-protected, a little cautious.
And how has he grown in his faith since you've been working with him?
Sustained is to speculating about one's faith, but you can talk about any outward manifestations like that observed.
How have you seen him grow during these religious services and programs that you have done with the children?
Okay. Well, I'm a very visual person, and when we have service, I'm watching, very careful. We're dealing with the gamut. We're dealing with because of that, I'm looking for feedback. I noticed. I guess this fits the answer, and you correct me. But in watching him initially, not necessarily take place. He was always paying attention, but in presenting the gospel of grace and love and mercy, I pay attention to see who's receiving it. And I noticed early on that, from my observance, Austin did not didn't appear to believe that was for him. That it just was for everybody else, perhaps, but not for him. As time went on, I'm hard-headed. I'm very much aware of God's grace in my own life, and I have such hope for these students. I persisted, and I watched him open up.
What happened when he opened up?
He started to participate. In fact, he stayed very glued to what we were doing.
Did you see other changes in him when he started opening up?
Well, like I said, participation, and that's an understatement, because I joke that we get kids in and out, and then we get some long-termers. Is a little bit of mix of everything, but very understandably, many of the students are not familiar with the Bible. Some are, and so I would perhaps call out, or definitely call out a scripture, and I just tell them after a while, don't even try to be the first one to get there, because Austin, and I'm pointing back there because a lot of times he would be back in that corner or wherever he was going to be the first one to find it. He was a flipologist.
And did you attend Austin's graduation?
I did.
What happened at the graduation as it related to his spiritual development?
So, Grandma, Austin's grandmother was there, his parents and his grandmother. We had a conversation, Austin, myself, and his grandmother, and she is quite a bold little lady, was very concerned and very forward in asking him where he was spiritually. And yes.
How did he respond?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Our rules of evidence would not permit this line of testimony, but the rules of evidence are not applicable to this proceeding, so I'll receive it and give it the weight that's appropriate. Go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
How did Austin respond?
You didn't ask, but her question was, have you received forgiveness? Have you received God's salvation? And he responded, yes.
And how did that conversation progress?
So basically, I offered to baptize him, providing that the director, Mr. Hallett, would allow that. That's something I had done before, if Austin was interested in that.
Was he interested?
Absolutely.
And did that baptism happen?
Yes.
About when, if you remember?
So I would guess, okay, I know now. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It happened just prior to his 18th birthday, approximately 2 weeks before.
Okay. And can you tell me about the baptism?
Well, it was different than most baptisms. We were limited. I did ask if we could do more than a sprinkling with a bottle of water, and that didn't work out. So that's what we did. Austin was given a change of clothes and a couple of about 3 towels, and so Mom, Dad, Grandma, and myself went into a little area, and we had a little sharing, and then I shared some of the gospel, and we baptized.
How many children have you baptized at Cumberland over the years?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you say that over the past 3 years, you feel like you've gotten to know Austin fairly well?
Fairly well, yes.
And do you care for him?
Absolutely.
And what do you believe would be true about him as he goes into prison?
Could you expound on that a little bit?
What are you hoping for him as he takes this next step and starts his prison term?
Sustain.
What would you say your favorite thing about Austin is?
That he's an overcomer. That he's very genuine, real as a 15 to 18-year-old could be.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, in just one moment, if I may have it.
Yes.
Thank you for being with us, sir. I just have a couple quick questions. One, I was curious about where and how these services take place, meaning is it as a special class or something that they're permitted to go to outside of the regular events that they're allowed to enjoy during the day?
Yes, it's a choice, 100% choice.
And by making that choice, do they get to go do something that other people are not doing?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
It's fair. Is it a different... Do they get benefits that other people in there may not get other than receiving the word of the Lord?
Other than possibly just simply coming out of their cell.
Okay. So
no, absolutely not. No.
But they get to come out of the cell that other students may not during that time.
To my knowledge, everyone is offered. Granted, you have lots of logistics involved, I guess you'd say, because you can't put some with others. They may be in the same affiliation or what do you call it, opposing affiliations, gangs, y'all know that, you deal with that. So those sorts of things, but everyone is offered.
Okay. And you've gotten to know Austin over the time, and you said that at some point he was quite the flipologist.
Yes.
Would you say he was aiming to be the best at that class?
No.
At that point, wanting to be the one to give the answer first?
No.
Okay, then why did you tell everybody else not to worry about getting the answer because Austin was going to go first?
Well, I'm sorry. Let me clarify why I say no. He doesn't like credit from my vantage. He it's almost as if he couldn't help it. He would be there and sometimes not even verbalize it, but I'm looking back there and he's got his finger in place. So I would point out that he would do that, and he would always give an excuse as to why. In other words, to take the credit away from himself. He doesn't like credit.
Okay. What do you mean he would give an excuse as to why?
Let's see. I can just hear him saying, "Oh, well, that's because I was already in John, and I knew, and so I, as time went on, I try to read these kids. There's so many things going on. You know, I don't want to put any pressure on one that doesn't want it. So, I know I'm getting out a little bit, but he would just almost draw back in his chair and do that type.
Okay, so he would make up an excuse as to why he was there, so as to not be the one to receive the credit. I was already in that book or something.
Yes,
like that.
correct. Yes.
Okay. Why did you describe him as self-protected and cautious? What do you mean by that?
Well, I would say similar to the not wanting attention. He just sort of pulls back and I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that?
Don't have a problem at all. My question to you, sir, was I think you described him as self-protected and then you said even cautious. Why would you describe Austin as self-protected and even cautious? About getting to know you or things like that, I think you were referring to.
Okay. So initially, for whatever reason, it was as if he was not interested, almost as if he perhaps had a negative view of God and or the Bible. As time opened up, he opened up to that and me. But again, I'm observing him, and I'm a very observant person in all situations, and it seems to be his go-to as a protective mechanism. I'm not a psychologist.
We understand it. We're asking what your impression is.
Yes. So yeah, that's just almost his first initial response to things.
Okay, so his default setting to some degree is to, in your opinion, be self-protective and cautious at first?
I would say yes.
All right, that's fair. And, you know, just kind of to wrap this up, and I appreciate you taking the time to come forward, and you were able to tell us about these great accomplishments that the defendant was able to bring forward, in your opinion, about being baptized and his graduation. Fair?
Yes.
And you were asked to tell what your favorite thing about the defendant was, right?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us what your favorite thing about Nicole Connors, Gabriel Torres, James Thompson, Susan Karnatz, and Mary Marcille was?
Am I able to? Absolutely not. No, sir.
And because those are the people that he killed?
Well, I don't watch the media on these students because I have one job, and so I'm assuming, and I'm very sensitive to those folks. You just called their names out. That hurts my heart.
I guess my point, sir, is you never got to meet those people, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor.
Any further? Yes, ma'am.
Very quickly, I believe one of the things that you said about Austin is that he was genuine. Is that right?
Yes.
So as he opened up to you, he came across genuine?
I would say without a doubt, yes.
And at some point he accepted that grace and mercy are for him?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Woodward?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Anything further for the defense?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
Let me turn to the state and ask whether there will be rebuttal evidence for the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we will recess for a lunch recess and then reconvene this afternoon. And at that time, I'll hear closing arguments. The state will have the opportunity to make the first argument, and the defense will have the opportunity to make the final argument. So that will be the schedule for this afternoon. I can tell you that after the closing arguments, just for scheduling purposes, it would be my intention to recess to give me an opportunity to reflect on those things that you have told me over the past several weeks, as well as the final arguments, and that I expect we would reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So that will be the schedule that will follow for the remainder of these proceedings. With that being said, I'm going to suggest that since it's a few minutes past 12, that we reconvene at 2 o'clock. Be 2 hours from now. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Circuit Court being recessed to 1400 hours, 2 o'clock p.m.
Very good. Thank you. Susan, are we in the same? Okay. I just didn't see anything pop up. See anything? Maybe I can sign out. Just a second. Apologize for the delay. I got some technology together here. All right, we're going to move forward with the closing arguments. In this case, we'll hear first from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And if I may, I've got a presentation to follow along with, at least in part.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And, you know, as Your Honor is aware, this is a different scenario than we often find ourselves in this courthouse. And in a lot of regards, that's a good thing. But it makes this part of the process a little different. And I appreciate Your Honor, and I know that all of the victims' families in this case, and I feel confident that I can speak for counsel on both sides, that we appreciate your willingness to hear us all out on all of these issues and give us the time to go through all of these things so that you have a clearer picture about what actually happened, as opposed to, as we would often do in these types of cases, we would walk in, you just hear the guilty plea, we'd give you a 2-minute recitation, and then you're required to make a decision as to sentencing. And so I think it's beneficial for you to have been given a fuller picture by both sides. And when I sit back and I've thought about this case over the last 3 years or so, and over the last 2 weeks, and particularly this week, I don't want us to forget the people that were most affected by this. And I put them all up here, and it's been about a week until the end of the day today when we heard most of these people's names. And so I want to take a moment to remind Your Honor, not that I think you have forgotten in any way, but to give each of these people their moment again and remind you about James and about Lynn and Nicole and Gabe, little Layla even there, Susan, Mary, and Casey. Each of those people were walking about and going about their day-to-day lives that day on August the 13th, just like every other day. Day by day, things go by and you feel like nothing's ever going to change. And then in the blink of an eye, everything changed for those people and for the people that they left behind. And the thing that made it change was not some acne medication. It was the defendant's knowing, researched, well thought out, planned, decisive actions. This was not a youthful indiscretion. This is not the rare juvenile that is, or not the rare juvenile, he is the rare juvenile, I would submit to you, that has planned these things out. You heard the talk about brains and the juvenile evolution of the brain and where they are. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we continue down this path. But when you do that, we've heard all this discussion about context.
bear in mind where we are. The defendant has pled guilty to these offenses. This is not something where he's come in and says, from the jump street, I didn't know what I was doing. He pled guilty, and you have found and issued an order that premeditation and deliberation, there is evidence of that in this case. So I would argue, for Your Honor, and as I know you know, that's the only reason that we have to have this hearing, but keep that in your mind, because I think it's important when you look at the things that they have presented in their case that mitigate this. And the only thing that they've ever really pointed to, I would submit to you, is this idea of this depersonalization being the issue. They can latch on to the arguments that maybe he wasn't on these pathway to violence. It's irrefutable. He was on a pathway to violence. He was at the start of that and made it all the way on to the path of violence. He committed violence not once, not twice, not 3 times, 7 times that day. He terrorized an entire community for over an hour. To say that he was acting and didn't have a plan and know what was going on, I would submit to Your Honor, it is not believable when you look at the totality of the circumstances here. And so I want to start out and talking a little bit about something that the experts for the defense have raised. Dr. Corvin talked about it, and he said that his goal here was to find out why. That's not what his goal was, Your Honor. It's not what is supposed to be what his goal was. His goal was supposed to just be to give Your Honor some indication about the defendant's mental state. Not why he did what he did, but could he understand what he was doing? Why is something for us that we all want, we all hope to get at some point? The victims, I know, would love to have the answer to that question. The defendant's parents have asked from day one, why would he do this? The reality is, we will probably never know why he did this. We do know that he did it. And I would submit to you, you know that he knew what he was doing when he did it. And the why is not the inquiry that this court is here to decide today. What you're here to decide at the end of this day is, what is the appropriate sentence for what happened? Now, sure, if you have why, that's something that you can consider. But it's like we tell jurors all the time, the motive doesn't matter. It can be helpful, but it's not dispositive. And so let's talk about what they have presented as why. And it's this drug-induced depersonalization. But where do they get this from? They get it from this idea of minocycline, their expert opinions, and I've put question marks beside that because I'd submit to you there is zero expert opinion that the defendant was actually suffering from minocycline depersonalization. The doctors never told you that was their expert opinion. If you really go back and look at what they said, and then consider what the reports that you have been provided by them say, I would submit to you, Dr. Corvin's don't really add up. He goes a lot farther in this courtroom than he was willing to go when he was actually reviewing the documents and formulating this opinion and providing it as is required in his testimony. And I'll talk to you a little bit in a moment about why I would submit a lot of his testimony is inaccurate when you look at the totality of the circumstances that were here. And I've already talked about this guilty plea and premeditation. But so Dr. Corvin, when you heard what he said here, he tried to say, what's the only reason I can come up with because I have discounted all the other things to my satisfaction. When you read his report, this is the quote from the report. Mr. Thompson has no other known risk factors such as episodes, nor has he experienced any symptoms previously when he talks about this. And he says he is unable to offer an opinion to any degree of reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not he was experiencing symptoms on the date in question. In his report, he says, I can't even tell you if he experienced the symptoms that apply to this. In the courtroom, he tries to exaggerate upon that and say, oh, no, I'm looking at all this, and it's clear to me, essentially, when you look at how he responded to the questions, that he has this further opinion now. But when you dive into what was the basis of that opinion, you look at these things. And he says, well, he appeared to be in a trance and a zombie, or walking like a zombie, is what the witnesses said. Okay, let's dig a little bit deeper. Did he talk to any of those witnesses? No. He told you that words matter. And so we had that whole debate about zombies, and are there different kinds of zombies, and wouldn't it be helpful to actually know what somebody meant when they're telling you this, if you're going to base a medical opinion off of it? He didn't take the time to call the guy and ask him, hey, what do you mean by this? Ask the lawyers. Will you reach out to this person through the investigator? I need more information. Because he told you that the information in affects the information out. He says this zombie state, and we'll talk about it. Was the defendant actually walking like a zombie and appearing like a zombie, or what were they trying to say? You saw the videos. They speak for themselves. This is not somebody walking around like a zombie with their arms out. This is a person that is running. He is deliberate in his actions. He knows where he's going. Dustin Poole even told you, I believe it was, who's the one that said zombie, when he heard me, he spun around and pointed a gun directly at me, and they asked, did he have emotion? He didn't have any emotion? He said, oh no, he had emotion in his face when he was looking at me, and I was staring down the barrel of a shotgun from several feet away. He then moves on to the note and says that the note gives him great pause and concern. When you read that, his report, he talks about that date, and I would argue to you, he latches on. That's a big portion of what he is arguing in there that shows him that the defendant wasn't in the right state of mind at the time that this note was being written. He wrote the wrong date on it. Okay. What do we find out when we come to court and ask him about that? Well, it wasn't the wrong date. He got bad information from counsel about what happened, and he based his decision off of bad information. Did he share that with you on direct? No. We had to bring that out of him. They entered in the report, which states in the report, he didn't amend that report in any way. The report was provided to you that included in it this information that this date affected his opinion on there. We had to bring that out of him that no, yeah, it had the wrong date, but that didn't really affect my opinion. Well, he sure latched onto it when he was writing the opinion. Calls into doubt the veracity of that opinion, or does he have a stated goal that he is looking for and trying to come in here to find a reason why and a reason to mitigate it for the people that have hired him, which I would submit to you, this is all a Hail Mary at this point, right? I would submit to you the evidence is clear and they're looking for a reason, looking for something to hang their hat on. It's 2 seconds left in the fourth quarter and they're down by 20. The Hail Mary doesn't matter at this point, I would submit to you, okay? So when you look at that, he doesn't tell you about the wrong date. He then says, well, the reasons in the note are really bizarre. They don't make sense. Okay, well, why? He wasn't overly concerned with the planet. I never saw that he was overly concerned about that, and that's the reason why I put that there. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, but other people have used that as a reason why, correct? Well, yeah, I've seen that before. Okay, and he actually did search that in his computer a couple of times at least, right? Yeah, he did. But that doesn't make sense. The reason that he killed James is because he says he's going to get in his way. He couldn't fathom that that was a reasonable reason for someone to write down in there as to why they would kill their brother. Okay, and even today, Dr. Sapia, she seemed, well, that doesn't make any sense. But when you look at the context of what happened and what's in that letter, does it not make sense? Every witness has told you James was a good kid, smart, athletic, well behaved, no issues out of him. If the defendant has in his mind a fixed purpose, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to commit mass violence for whatever reason it is, and I'd submit to you it might have just been, and even when you look at his search history, that he just wanted to experience it, or he had some other plan, and this was just the first step of the plan. Well, if he's going to do that, he's got to get by Big Brother. And we've all heard James is a little guy. You saw Austin's a little guy. James is bigger. We saw the pictures that were presented in this courtroom about it all. Is he going to beat him in a fist fight? No. And when you go back through and look at the search history, I'd submit to you, he's been planning, for years, months, how do I subdue somebody? Can I hit him in the head with a blunt object? What does it take to knock somebody out? What does it take for a .22 to penetrate the skull? If he's wanting to get out there, you've got this good brother that you know, by all accounts, is going to do everything he can to stop this terrible thing from happening. And we know how Austin had to dress when he walked out there to do it. He's come home, he's changed now, he's in all camouflage, he's got a rifle that's as big as he is, and a 22-pound backpack, and he goes to the front door. You don't think James is going to look at him and say, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Put the gun away. This isn't what we do. You don't go out here and hunt in the neighborhood." It's going to take the gun away from him. So what does Austin decide to do? The only way that I'm going to be able to achieve my objective, and as we've heard from all the witnesses, he's a goal-oriented person. He does what he has to do to get to the thing that he wants to do. I have to kill my brother, even though we don't have a long-standing antagonistic relationship. I have to kill him to achieve my next goal. Sorry about it, but this is the way it needs to be. And so what does he do? He does exactly what he had researched. He shoots him in the back of the head, and then he cuts his throat, stabbing him and injuring his voice box, which we'll look at later. So, does this note really not make sense? I'd submit to you, that's them minimizing because they know, oh, this is bad for whatever this opinion that I want to have is, that I want to convince this court for my goal of trying to help this guy out so he doesn't get the stiffer sentence because he's the one that has hired me to come in here and do this.
Objection to hired.
Okay.
Then they latch on to the structure.
I'll sustain the objection, but no further comment on it.
Then they move on to this idea of, well, it looks weird. It's disjointed. It's written weird. There are misspelled words. Okay. But then you go on and you look at his schoolwork. The handwriting looks exactly the same. There are misspelled words in the schoolwork. They're scribbled out parts. It's disjointed looking. It's the way he writes. He's a kid at the time in 2022 who's been doing computer work. We don't teach people how to have nice, neat handwriting and calligraphy as much anymore. I think that's a well-known fact. So I would submit to you that's not an issue here. He is acting as he normally acted at the time. These are not really signs that this is a person that doesn't know what's going on. And these are weak reasons to jump to the most far-fetched of excuses that even they would admit. Dr. Corbin said, on direct testimony, he looks at me and says, I admit it's very, very rare. Even to the point that he wasn't even considering this at first until he had removed all the logical reasons, I would say, that do exist from this. Because those logical reasons don't advance the goal. So these are the things that he ignores. And he says, well, context and moderation matter. And we'll talk about that. But I have no concern about these violent search histories. None. It's so common. I watched Faces of Death many times. I did all these things I see it every day. These students and people come in with looking at violent content. Don't disagree. How many of those people have acted on it, though? That's the context that we are here on. Is it a red flag that this person had consumed that much violent content, sought it out, and sought out specific violent content that relates to the thing that he goes and does later? If that's not a red flag to you, at least in hindsight, then I question that opinion. He says there's no ramping up. I would submit to Your Honor, go back and look at that exhibit. If you haven't already, you may have, but I would say pull up the Excel spreadsheet and scroll through those Google searches yourself. See if you think there's a ramping up that is going on. Because I would submit to the court, the searches as we get closer in time become more and more concerning. He doesn't mention the separation of the parents that are happening. And I'm not saying that that's the reason why, but it's certainly something that he does finally admit can be traumatizing to a family, especially one that they are all saying is such a close, tight-knit family, to realize, oh, very, very recently before this, the paperwork is being filed and we are moving forward with this separation. Does that have an effect on a person to think, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it now? I would submit to you the argument is yes, that it might. Again, the context of this is that this is all looking at hindsight of a person that does go out and kill 5 people and shoot 2 others. They claim that he made several claims, I would submit to you, about the literature and the frequentness and the severity of the depersonalization as a result of minocycline. But when we dove deeper into that, I would submit to you those claims aren't really supported by anybody other than him saying it. The next doctor, even him, would say, and we went through those studies a little bit more in depth, and I'll talk to you about them again, but mainly focused on women. The very rare studies that even exist on this. I think at some point somebody talked about it might have even been Dr. Corvin, numerically insignificant, that was the term I think they used when describing the number of times that this happens. But that's what we want to hang our hat on, none of the red flags that we can see now in hindsight. And to say that there were no red flags to begin with, I would argue again is inaccurate. Now there may not have been any red flags that anybody saw, but I don't know how you can look at the evidence here, hear the testimony about this withdrawn young man who is on his phone and now knowing what he's searching on his phone and say, well, I feel comfortable that there were no red flags here. I'm not blaming his parents for that. They didn't know. And they didn't know in part because Austin had put on this brilliant disguise for everybody around him because he was a smart guy. He is a smart guy. He knew, better not make this public because somebody's going to try and stop me. And they don't want me to look at this stuff. I want to keep looking at these things, and so I'm going to keep them private. And what evidence do we have of that separate and apart from the internet searches? Well, we know that nobody ever went and saw what he was looking at, so he was able to keep that quiet. But then we have the chapstick container that has bomb-making material or designs, bomb-making recipes curled up in a tiny, undescript chapstick container that he has concealed. Well, Dr. Corvin, do you have concerns about that? Nope. That doesn't rise to any level for me. We like violent stuff. Kids look that stuff up all the time. Okay, doctor. But do they then go and act on these things? Do they then go and act on these violent impulses to this degree? I would agree. People like to look at certain things, right? I mean, we look at violent movies, we play violent video games, and I'm not blaming those things necessarily. But when you pair those things with somebody who already has this goal or disposition to do something with it, that's when it becomes a concern, I would submit. They then tried to advance this theory and show why it would be more likely, because they know it's numerically insignificant, this number of people who suffer from this side effect, by doing this DNA test. I would submit to you, if this had been a trial, you don't even let that evidence in front of a jury. That was an experiment that he created that day that is unproven, untested, and fails under every prong of the Daubert standard. As the gatekeeper, I would submit to you that you would have said, this doesn't get to a jury for them to hear this piece of evidence. But I know where we are, and so it's in, and we'll talk about it. This is testimony from a doctor who was very candid, I would submit to you, and said, I didn't know much about this thing before they brought this to me, so I did some research on it. What does that mean? He went and looked up some articles online about it. Okay. And then he sent a DNA test off to a company that doesn't even test for that drug, because I wonder why that drug doesn't do this to any significant level. This is the Hail Mary. And they look at it and they send it back. And he looks at the markers and he goes, oh, doesn't really say what we need it to say, so we're going to say we need to do further testing to find out about this one genetic marker that we know affect a lot of drugs, but not this drug. And we're going to ignore this one marker that we know affects this drug's metabolism, because in the defendant, that marker's normal. So we're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole to get to something through an experiment that doctor can't even give you an opinion on, because it doesn't exist. There are no studies to support any of this that they are saying, until you look at the literature and what it says. Mostly, I think we heard maybe one guy, there was maybe a study that said something about that, was the best that we got from that suffered from this depersonalization at some point. At most, 40 people in one study, but we know 2 people, numerically insignificant, okay? We know that this is prescribed to millions of people over its course of its time, from 1971 until 2026. And this is interesting to me, because the numbers matter for Dr. Corvin and these other experts when they are talking about the internet searches. Well, he searched dinosaurs more than he searched mass murders. And counsel made a production to come up with a calculator and have Sergeant Pike go through and do the calculations to figure out what percentage of the search history was this versus dinosaurs and homework, and they broke out the calculator and did it. I'm not going to break out the calculator and do it here, but I would submit to you that number, way less than the numbers that they are saying make no difference in this case. Numerically insignificant. I asked the doctor, what percentage of people does this affect? He said, I couldn't even tell you. It's that low. Of those millions of people, we said, point us to one person that has done something similar to this, or any violent actions created a murder out of it. Somebody that was suffering from this depersonalization. Give us one known case of it. Did you hear any? Because it doesn't happen. It didn't happen in this occasion either. Name a single study that involved a 15-year-old of this where they suffered from depersonalization. Couldn't do it. And I would submit to you, if this is being used for acne medicine, there are far more 15-year-old people that are being prescribed this medicine than there would be 40-year-old adults. And if it ain't happening, if it isn't being reported, it's not being reported because it's not happening in 15-year-old people, and there's no significance to that in this case, I would submit to you. They said, well, what about buildup in the system? And the reason that became an issue is because when you talk about the studies, In all of those 2 to 40 people, the testimony was it was very quick onset, within 2 days generally. And we know that the defendant was on it for about a year with no instances of this. So they said, well, but could it have built up in his system? Where's a study that shows that this drug builds up in the system and creates depersonalization? Zero evidence of that. You were presented with none. It's important because this is the Hail Mary that they want to hang their hat on to say, it wasn't really his fault. He's accepting responsibility, but give him this mitigation because it wasn't really his fault, because it was the drug that really made him do it. Seems incongruent to me. Was there any evidence of depersonalization? I would submit to you no, and there is a ton of evidence to show that it wasn't depersonalization, and we're going to walk through some of that stuff. The pathway to violence in context. When you look at what that pathway of violence was in those steps, I would submit to you to look at the evidence that you have here. And I would argue with you for most, if not all, of those things that are on that pathway, there is evidence to support it. We know that he committed this violence. But remember, the pathway to violence studies are a predictive study in efforts to prevent it from happening. That's not where we can't prevent this from happening in this case. We know what has happened in this case. Evidence of the depersonalization or lack thereof, look at the contents of the notes, and we're going to walk through that. He knew what was going on. He is making sense in there. The things that the doctor has latched onto, I would submit to you, are not accurate when you look at what's really going on in that note. Look at this history of planning, the internet searches that he has gone through. And of particular note are and I think Dr. Corbin, at least to some degree, started to agree with this idea. You know, the generalized searches of violence are one thing, but the specific searches, okay, there may be something there. Well, look at what the defendant was looking at in that phone and the specific things that he looked at in his inquisitive mind to figure out how to do and what he actually accomplished. And we'll walk through those, but the specific searches about the injuries to his brother, about what happens when you stab somebody with with a knife, like his brother. Would people hear you if you shoot somebody inside the house? What are the most deadly places to shoot someone from a trauma surgeon? What's the deadliest rounds to use? How much does it weigh to carry 100 shells of shotgun shells? He searches 4 to 5 different, more than that maybe even, known convicted mass bombers and shooters who evaded capture for months on end while doing what? Hiding in the woods. These are very specific things that he is learning about and then putting into action. And he ain't learning about them the day that he does this. This is not a reactive thing. This is a planned course of action that he took and thought out and researched how to do. And he even changes courses, I would submit to you. He's researching the bombs. He's researching, I would submit to you, he's researching robbing banks, other things like that, trying to figure out where he's going to make a name for himself. Because when you look at the search histories, a common thread in his search history is, what are the most deadly? Who was the youngest to do this? Who's the youngest bank robber? Who's the youngest mass shooter? Who's the most deadly mass shooter? Who stole the most money from a bank? It's about notoriety and fame and being the best. Wants to have that best. And that bears out when you look at what the teachers told you. He was the one who wanted to know everything. He's the one that wanted to share that. Even if the chaplain didn't want to admit it today, I would argue that you can infer that from him in the back of the book wanting to be the one with the answers at that time. It goes into something else that the doctor said about depersonalization. Well, he was walking. Why wouldn't he take any steps to hide his face? Because he wants to do this. And he ultimately knows the outcome. He's not trying to get away. He thinks at the end of this he's going to die. If you're going to die, why do you need to cover your face? You don't. So, again, the thing that they latch onto to get to this farthest reaching thing that everyone will agree is the most rare occurrence out of this, don't add up. When you look at them, they add up to show you he knew exactly what he was doing at the time. So you look at that, you look at the internet searches, you look at the videos. We talked about that, and I'm going to show them again, but the doctor even tries to say, well, I'm not even sure there was somebody out there that he was talking to. We know there was somebody out there that he was talking to because the detectives told you, we found that person. There was nothing out of that, but they didn't have much to add other than that. And when you watch that video, what's he doing? He's furthering the plan to try and get away after running down into the woods and hiding and doing all these things to evade the police for over 45 minutes before he's found. And you saw and heard this was the largest police response that any of these detectives and police officers could remember in recent times. This is not a normal crime that has occurred here. They are doing everything they can to find that defendant while he is on the loose and this neighborhood is terrorized for 45 minutes. He's pointing, he says, they're shooting back over there. And the question was, well, why wouldn't that guy think it was weird that this person comes up? Well, it's a wooded area and the kid's wearing camouflage with a shotgun. He looks like a hunter. In fact, maybe that's why he's not wearing a face mask, because it's more suspicious if he's wearing a face mask. You can't really pass off as an innocent 15-year-old hunter when you're trying to get away from the police at that point. So these attempts to flee, he discusses the consequences in his note. He discusses the consequences with Google. He's on this drug for over a year with zero interactions negatively with it. And then you consider all the choices and considerations that he makes while he's walking around. You heard from multiple people that the defendant, when he is going through, he makes decisions about who to shoot. He doesn't shoot. And when you watch the video, there are people out and about. There's kids out there walking by. And on one of the videos, I would submit to you, those kids hear and see what's going on. That's why one of the kids starts screaming for the other kid, because you hear the gunshots go off, and then you hear the kid calling for the other kid in a screaming way. And in one of the videos, you hear gunshots, and you see kids dispersing in the far off fielded area. He's making choices. He points the gun at Nathan Poole. He doesn't shoot because he's got this shotgun that he has researched and knows the distances of that are most deadly. All of the killings that he does are close up, in person, and on his path to safety in the woods so he can carry out whatever the next portion of the plan is. And we know there's a next portion of the plan because when you look at what he's searching, he wants there to be more. If this was the end of the plan, he wouldn't have had hundreds of rounds of shotgun shells, three extra magazines for a 9mm. He wouldn't have reloaded the gun multiple times as he's walking through, carrying out this action. This isn't somebody who picked up the water and poured it in, or the coffee and poured it in the thing that they thought was a cup and wasn't a cup in their hand. This is somebody who knows what's happening and is carrying out a complex plan in their mind to make it to the woods to avoid capture. He's taken with him things to survive, $700+. He's taken with him multiple pieces of food and water, fire starters, self-care things, multiple things of contact lenses, pockets full of ammunition, fishing line, flint starters, change of clothes, deodorant, toilet paper. He was going out to survive in the woods like Eric Rudolph and his other heroes that he had researched over a course of time. And it bears out by the reliable and physical, observable, tangible evidence in this case, not fanciful theories and unproven experiments that they don't even want to sign on to in this court of law, because they know that it's not accurate, I would submit to Your Honor. Because if they really believed that's what the case was and that the evidence supported it, why wouldn't they put it in their report that that is their opinion? So these are maybes, unproven experiments versus verifiable, tangible, observable evidence. So let's talk about Dr. Sapia today. She doesn't sign on to this depersonalization. They say, well, that wasn't your goal. But she told you she heard the testimony. She didn't say she agreed with that determination. She reviewed all the same things. She has the same credentials. If she had a concern or question about depersonalization, why doesn't she write in there, I think that it's not my job to determine this, but I have serious concerns that he was suffering from depersonalization? Because the other two wouldn't sign off on it either. She discusses, for the most part, generalized brain development for a youth. And it's interesting, and when you look at the cases, and I know Your Honor has and will, when you look at the cases on all these things, you can kind of determine that that's not enough here when you start looking at the determination. It's certainly something for you to consider, but it's not the be-all, end-all of this. And she admits to Your Honor that this is a spectrum of young people. You know, there are very immature people who have very poor impulse control, and there are young people who have good impulse control and are very mature. But it seems like when you listen to her testimony, she tries to default to the lower end of that spectrum, as opposed to saying, you know, the evidence in this case indicates that the defendant was on the better end of that, the more mature end of that. When you look at all the people that talk about him, every single person, to a person, he was very intelligent. He was goal-oriented. He knew how to do what he needed to do to get along, to move it to the next thing, to get to be able to play video games. He was smart enough to bypass computer systems to get to the games while he's in school. He is able to essentially fend for themselves for several hours a day. We let 15-year-olds drive cars and learn how to drive cars for a reason. He's not a 10-year-old that we're talking about here. He's a 15-year-old young man at this point who is on the mature end of that, I would submit, at least publicly, that he is showing responsibility. His parents felt that he was so mature, they left 13 or 11 guns unsecured in the home because we trust that he knows how to handle himself around firearms. No concerns about that. So, when you're looking at this spectrum, I would submit to you again, she's shading it to one end without any real reason to shade it to that end of the lower end of maturity here. It was interesting to me when she was talking about the reasons for concern for young people is that their actions are so reactive. They are she listed like 3 factors that were things that she said, you know, they can make good decisions if these are the factors that are in place. And she listed each of those factors. I remember at least 2 of them, I think. I don't have my notes about her in front of me, but it was one of the big ones for her was peer pressure and impulse, a reason for impulse control here. When you look at what those reasons, and I know you took great notes, when you look at what the reasons she listed were, for reasons that could exist that a young person would make good decisions and not be reactive, every one of them applied to the defendant on October the 13th. There is 0 peer pressure on him to do this. He was not in a highly emotional state from all testimony that you heard, and when you look at the history of all of this, it's not him so out there, emotionally reacting like a second-degree type of murder type thing. This is a thought-out, methodical process that today was the day, for whatever reason, he was going to put that plan into motion. He researched the exact actions that he took. That's not reactive. That is proactive. Dr. Sapia, never even looked at all the evidence in the case. And she's the one who's supposed to tell you, in her opinion, he's going to benefit from all these factors that you need to consider later on. And she hasn't even reviewed all of the documents. She talked to the kid for 2.5 hours and read his medical records, didn't watch these videos, didn't look at the phone searches, said, I'm generally aware of them, but I didn't spend any time looking through them. I mean, everybody says nobody knew what was going on in his mind. We have tangible documentation about what was going on in his mind because, they used to say the eyes are the window into the soul. I think in 2026 it's probably the cell phone is the window into your soul. Okay? I mean, you look at your deepest, darkest secrets are on your cell phone. We see it every day in this courtroom and in this courthouse, right? That's where people tell the truth. They may not tell the truth to mom. They may not tell the truth to dad, to their friends, to their internet friends. Google sure knows the truth about us because we're not smart enough not to Google things that we're really thinking about and considering. And if you look at his Google history, it's all in there. She didn't care to look at it. She could have had it. She could have asked for it, but she didn't. And she comes in here and gives you an opinion that she wants you to base a decision off of that I would submit to you is half-cooked because you're not looking at the totality of the circumstances. Bad information in, lack of information in, bad information out. And they want you to make a very important decision with half information, I would submit to you. They continue to talk about his continued improvement. And I would submit to you, you heard Dr. Corvin talking about this, and you heard Dr. Sapia talking about this, and their prognoses seem to be very different to me. Dr. Corvin described how brutal these things were, this injury was, and he's not going to fully recover. He blew half his brain out, I think he wanted to say at some point. The catastrophic injuries. He'll never be the same person that he was then. Dr. Sapia, the brain's malleable. I think, the breaks, he's going to continue to improve. But she can't say that for sure. She says, it's trended that way. But what way is it trending? It's trending in a very controlled, kid glove type environment for this person. Okay? Which is not where he's going to be moving forward. Bad information in, bad information out. One of the things she held on to tight when questioned about it was, we know he hadn't had any issues with impulse control or being interested in these sorts of things since then. He's been improving. But she told you, when she met with him, she noted impulse control. We're 3 years later, yeah, he's improved, but he's still not even back to what he was at 15-year-old Austin. But they want you to say, no, I'm going to trust that he's going to improve and benefit great enough from being in custody and receiving the treatment while he's in there. Okay. But I would also ask you to consider what Casey Clark said to you. This is what a 15-year-old without training and very little experience is able to do. Imagine what a 45-year-old is able to do if he's not sentenced to what the state's asking for. And a 25-year-old, I've got it here. I said his brake fluid's always going to be low because they keep using the brake analogy through the doctor. Yeah, what damage is done to this frontal cortex that is catastrophic, that is the thing that controls your impulse control, which he clearly already had an issue with, if you listen to them, by going out and doing this action, he obliterates that part of his brain, but he's going to be fine moving forward. It doesn't make sense, I would submit to you. Yes, he's growing, he's aging, and he's a different person than he was then in some regards. But when you look at what we know, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in the future, he is still interested in the same types of things that he was then. He just has less access to it now. And she hung her hat, Dr. Sapia did, on he hasn't been in any trouble since he's been in custody, and they presented that to you multiple times, an argument and through several witnesses. But when the one witness was on the stand yesterday and I cross-examined her on it, and I didn't know what she was going to say when I asked her the question. I said, and I asked the question because that's how it's been presented. He's been a good behaved person while he's been in custody, right? And she went, for the most part. And I said, well, why do you hesitate on that? And she gave you various things that were of concern to her. And I would ask you, think about those things that she talked about. He's throwing things and getting into altercations to some degree with people on the basketball court. Whenever he has to be corrected, he's mumbling under his breath, angry about it, I would submit to you, doing what he has to do, putting his mask on to go along to get along until he can get to his tablet because he doesn't want to lose his tablet and watch his movies and eat his Subway sandwiches and get his phone privileges. I'm going to do what I got to do when I'm called down on it. And then they're watching this show, and she has to write him up to some degree because he says that he wants to be the one to put her in some sort of a choke hold or ninja hold. And yeah, it was started out as a joke with other people, but when he said that, she felt concerned enough that she needed to report that down. He's showing you who he is. Believe him. When someone shows you who they are finally, they take that mask off, take their word for it. Believe them. So what are the observable evidence? And again, I'm going to go through this because I've added a lot of things here, but this is the phone history that is of no concern to the experts here, right? Look at the things, and this is just a smattering of it. This is from January of 2020. Remember, he got his phone Christmas Day coming into this. So the EI time, January 1st, he's already looking up rifles for sale near him and 9mm near him, magazines near him. The second day, all school shootings done with a pistol. This is before he's on this medicine, mind you. Then you go on down 4 days into the month. Name of the Virginia Tech shooter. Virginia Tech shooting. When was the Virginia Tech shooting? What gun was used in the Nevada middle school shooting? Which gun was used in the Indiana middle school shooting? What gun was used in Virginia Beach shooting? That same day. Worst shootings ever in North Carolina. Worst mass shootings in North Carolina history. Carthage nursing home shooting. 38 caliber images. You move on here. What is the motive behind the Stone Douglas High School? Who invented school? Some addresses. The differences between guns. A middle school. How many rounds were fired in Parkland shooting? Gas chamber images. Just a smattering of the searches. You have it before you. Keep going, and still in that first month. How to get somebody's IP address. He's smart. Making explosive box. Materials for making explosives. Explosive material. Acetone. How many human trafficking. How many percentage of gun deaths with illegal guns. Middle school shooting was the deadliest. Deadliest high school shooting. Deadliest middle school shooting. How many people died at Westside Middle School shooting? A speed loader for a gun. Amazon gift cards. Ruger 54. How many rounds fired at Virginia Tech Stadium? Worst school shootings with handguns. Then he looks up a handgun for sale near him. Then you move into July through September. Another school shooting. How many people did Eric Rudolph kill? Bombers. Rifle was used by that killer. More rifles. What caliber do snipers use? How fast can a bullet travel? What bombing and shooting spree on July 22? The differences between buckshot and double-aught buck. Will number 2 shotgun shells kill a human? Then he goes into the Parkland shootings. Assault weapons deaths. Most mass shootings with illegal weapons. Again, we're back to Eric Rudolph, who, as Your Honor, I'm sure is aware, hiding out in the woods after he commits mass murders. We're on the Eric Rudolph train. What evidence do they have against Eric Rudolph? Is he still alive? What prison is he in? How is dynamite created? Starts looking into dynamite and things further. Is it illegal to have guns in school or guns in your room? He continues on with lots of searches. Searches for Cabela's and Bass Pro Shop. Yes, he was a hunter. But why is that important? When you look at his note, is it consistent that he might go to Cabela's to steal weapons or to steal ammunition? Can a minor buy a rifle? Can a minor possess a handgun? Fascination with these sorts of things. Then you're back on to bombings, Vegas shootings, Timothy McVeigh, ammonium nitrate, ISIS road bombs. How many shooters were in Las Vegas? Where in the mountains was Eric Rudolph hiding? Which serial killer are you? Serial killer that killed for the thrill. Serial killer that killed for fun. January of 21. More dynamite. Again, what gun is used? More bomb-making materials. More bomb-making stuff. Ammonium nitrate, ratios, cups to gallons. How many cups are in 8 ounces? Fuel, which fuel per gallon? Researching, how do I create bombs? And I'd submit to you, he's fascinated with these bombs. That's the goal. And then he realizes, I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm not going to be able to do the bomb thing. I'm not going to be able to do the bank robbery thing. I've got guns. Let's transition to that philosophy, which I'm already interested in, and that's how I'm going to make my name for myself. That's how I'm going to move forward with my mass shooting. Again, more weapons-based or more bomb-based materials. Abortion clinics near me. Now we're in October of 21. Is AK-47 a terrorist weapon? Starts looking up killings here. How many murders were solved in North Carolina? How much is the sentence for prostitution? We're not saying that he was prostituting himself, but let's be honest, what goes hand in hand together? Crimes like this, and I would submit to you interest in sexual deviant type things. I'm not saying that he was a sexual deviant, but those are interests that I think it's clear in the world that these types of people who commit mass shootings and things are interested in. Forensic files, TV shows, persons in North Carolina shot with rifle and murder. He starts looking at 12-gauge shotguns, minimum sentences. Again, this is important when you move on to your factors about what can you consider. Again, we're looking at robbing banks, the types of weapons that he can have. Can I buy a machine gun? Accessories. We're moving on. Again, we're at Cabela's. And if you go back and look at the search history and the things that he was looking at, he's in shopping at Cabela's. It would appear that one of the favorite places for him. Is a slug or buckshot more lethal? How many people died in Tiananmen? What ammo does the military use for shotguns? None of this was concerning to the doctor. I would submit to you it should be concerning to anybody that's looking at this when you've got a 15-year-old looking at these sorts of things, even at this level, and this isn't everything. So again, I mean, you can see it, police codes, robbing banks. What is the statute of limitations for attempted murder? Now we're in August of 22. We're back in the school shootings. Mom and dad stabbed to death. Mass shooter hates humans. Important when you look at the note in just a couple minutes. He's ramping up at this point when you start looking at the things that we're talking about. This usacrime.com, when you look at the searches of what he's looking at on there, it's video after video after video, it's story after story of violence. He starts looking at, I'm assuming that's supposed to be Molotov cocktails, voice box in the throat. Can someone talk when their voice box is coat? It's foreshadowing. Looking up what he's going to do. What is the average response time for an SRO to a shooting? How to counter thermal imaging, school shootings. Eric Freen, another mass shooter who shot up a barracks in Pennsylvania, evaded the police for 30, 40 days while hiding where? In the woods. Can juveniles get the death penalty? Consequences. When is he looking at that? 2 months before he goes and commits his mass murders, his spree shooting. September of 2022, we're back here. We're looking at silent ways to kill people with a knife, scanners, active shooter police code, homicidal ideation. Is there a silent way to kill someone? Why do white males kill themselves more often in the U.S.? Pistols. Youngest cop killer in history. How long does it take for someone to die from a knife? How fast will a gun kill when it hits vital organs? When do the leaves fall from a tree in Raleigh? How many times did the Uvalde shooter's mother? A bunch of searches about that. Can you hear a gunshot from inside someone's house? Do people scream when being stabbed in the neck? Do people scream when being stabbed? How long does a bullet-proof vest last for? Start searching those types of things. How much does 100 shotgun shells weigh? You heard he had hundreds of shotgun shells that he carried in a 22-pound backpack. Again, he's looking at extension tubes. How fast do officers respond to shootings? How fast does a .22 have to go to penetrate the skull? I mean, this isn't a red flag. Why do we need to know banks near the high school, right? Right after you've searched how much ammo do guerrilla warfares carry? Uvalde Elementary School. Who killed the most people ever solo? Mass shooters who hated society. Worst school massacre in the world. Toxic masculinity. Kid found dead. Guns. Deadly school massacres. Now we're finally in October. He's never been interested in the environment. Well, he's got a lot of searches, and these are just a few because when you go back through, there's a lot of searches about hurricanes. I would submit to you he's a hunter. Hunters tend to care about conservation and the environment. It's not out of the realm of possibility that that's something that he latched onto. Do police chase suspect policies? Why is that important? Do they go in the woods by themselves to pursue someone? How deadly is double-aught buckshot? I mean, talks about dry ammo. Why is that important? Because then he goes and uses Ziploc bags to keep his ammunition. I would submit he's learning, he's keeping his ammunition dry, moving forward. Easier to carry it that way. On the day of, during the event, he's searching himself, trying to figure out what's going on, where are they, so he knows where he can be, where to go. He's following his own greatest hits. He's seeing what's going on and knowing that these people are around him. And this is right after he's searching, do the police go in the woods for an armed suspect a couple of days before, right? Why is that important? What does it mean to hate society a couple of days before? He's thinking about these things. It's not a sudden onset. It's not a reaction. These are things that don't have EI times, but Look at all these. These are all mass killers. Attempted sentences in North Carolina. Silent ways to kill. More bombs. Statutes of limitations. Breaking in. Lockpick sets. Addresses. This is a whole section about homemade suppressors for firearms. This is, Dr. Corvin talked about it, the desensitization. He even agreed that, yes, you can become desensitized. Look at the types of things that he's looking at. Cartel members. Vicious attack on road rage in Brazil. Bleeds to death, stabbed in neck. Man shot in head in front of daughters. Executed shot head, Brazil. Stabbed death love affair. Dismembered Brazil motorcycle. Girl beaten, punished, betraying fellow gang members. Desensitization ramping up for someone who clearly has a predilection or an interest in these types of things that we know then goes and acts upon them. How many years is a life sentence without parole? So let's talk about the notes that don't make any sense but weirdly make a lot of sense when you spend time with them. It has the correct date. This is more well written than his homework assignment was, I would submit to you. And look here. Mass shooters who hate a society. Mass shooter hates humans. Humans destroying the earth. Well, this doesn't make any sense. Why would he be interested in that? Oh, it's the exact thing that he writes in his letter. He stabbed him, and he stopped breathing about 10 to 15 minutes later. We know that his voice box was cut. Does he address his mental status? He addresses it here. I'm not suicidal. I was never bullied or anything. And I'm not going to... I don't know the answer to this, but I'll bring it to the court's attention. One of the concerns was misspelled words because it doesn't make any sense. He misspelled by. Well, let's read this sentence in a different way. I was never bullied or anything by Dad. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Especially when the next sentence is, I don't like you, Mom. He addresses the consequences are considered. I don't want to die, but it's going to happen anyhow. He's doing the things that you are going to be... He's considering the exact same things that you are going to be asked to consider to a degree when you look at the statute in this case. He's addressing his mental state. He's addressing whether he knew the consequences of his actions. He addresses his motivation. He killed him because he would get in the way. It makes perfect sense. And I would submit to you the reason that maybe that's not a misspelled word on the front, the word by, is because he then says, you were the best dad. And then he says, I was never bullied in school either. So grammatically, I wasn't bullied by you, Dad. You were the best dad. I wasn't bullied in school either. And he addresses that to who? A relevant audience, the police. He even shows you his lack of remorse. I have no regrets. He addresses his mental health at the time of this. I am not mental. I was sane when I did this. When someone tells you, believe, it appears, I would submit to you, the doctors just don't want to accept the fact that maybe he knew what was going on and was being honest with us. None of us want to accept the fact that a 15-year-old would do something like this. But I think we are all becoming more and more aware that sadly this is the state of the world that we're living in, and it's the state of this country that we're living in. And thoughts and prayers are only going to go so far if we refuse to admit that people do things like this because they know what they're doing and have acted upon it. He gives a very specific thing by tearing off this corner and saying, James is dead, don't look inside, and placing it at a very specific, thought out, well-reasoned place in the home, and leaves the cartridge case that he used in that instance right with it. It makes sense. This letter makes sense. He tells you the Google search. It's right here. We know he shoots him in the back of the head. We know why he does it. He says he stole it from Cabela's. Is that so insane since we know that he frequents Cabela's website? He's very interested in Cabela's. It's not. It's logical. It's coherent. This letter makes perfect sense no matter how much they want to distance themselves, the doctors, from that letter making sense. This is the handwriting on that schoolwork. That's in a calm, collected environment of school. And we want to say that this is the handiwork of a rushed, crazed person. This is somebody who took their time, thought out and explained why. Wrote a relatively neat note for him in his handwriting when you consider it against the other known things that you have for his handwriting. Now, the actions of the person, the videos. Is that a zombied man, or is that a young man that knows what he's doing and is acting like a military person, approaching people in a sneak attack from behind? He sees his target, he crouches and runs towards them and attacks them. He knew what he was doing. I don't have to show you this whole video again. I'll skip through it for time's sake, but you remember this is the video where he runs across here. It's not somebody that is kind of just doesn't know what they're doing or walking. This is him. This is that child walking. And moments later, Austin comes walking by, jogging by to kill Gabe Torres in that cul-de-sac. He's running through the neighborhood. He's not strolling. Yeah, he strolls when he gets here. And let's talk about that hunched over appearance that they wanted to latch onto when you look at some of these things. What makes more sense? He's depersonalized at this point and walking like a zombie? Or he's the little guy that we've seen and heard that he is, and he's got a 22-pound book bag on him full of weapons and ammunition and a big shotgun, and he's loaded down with ammo in his pockets? Maybe that's why he's moving slowly and hunched over. It's not because he doesn't know what's going on. It's because he packed a lot of stuff, and it's a long walk 2.5 miles through the woods where he's going. Again, is this a person?
There's a shooter over there. There's a shooter over there.
Seems like he knows what he's doing there to me, I would submit to you. Now let's talk about the law and life without parole for a person under the age of 18. You're allowed to do that so long as you consider the defendant's youth and you have discretion. That's it. And I know you know this, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think it is important to note, especially with the emergence of the case law as it goes, what is not required. You are not required to find that the defendant is permanently incorrigible, is irreparably corrupt, or even if he has potential for redemption. You don't even have to inquire about those things. When you look at the case law in this, what is important is you have to look at, does the crime reflect irreparable corruption and incorrigibility? Does the crime, and when you look at all the case law about it, it talks about that. It says you don't have to consider is the defendant, you don't have to make a finding. You can make a finding, and I'd submit to you in this case, you can make a finding that he is irreparably corrupt and permanently incorrigible. I think there's sufficient evidence to substantiate that here, but you don't have to do that. We've reserved this for the rarest of crimes, but the case law says that if you go through these things and you determine, based on our Miller Fix statute, that he deserves a life sentence without parole, that you can give him that, and this in and of itself, by going through this analysis, you have made the required inquiry and consideration. Ask yourself, is this a 10-year-old who threw a rock at somebody and hit him in the head and they died? Is this a 10-year-old that decided they wanted to go rob a store? Is this a 12-year-old? Is this a 16-year-old that decided they wanted to do that? It's not. This is a calculated, mature 15-year-old who committed one of the deadliest spree shootings in this state, who knew what he was doing. But we'll walk through these things a little bit, Your Honor. The age at the time, and again, none of these things have to have any specific weight assigned to them, even if you find that they exist. You could find all of them and still determine that he is required to have a life sentence. And is it life without parole, or do you think that this young man needs to have, after 25 years, the ability to be someone in this room's neighbor or whatever, live up the street from them, and we can trust that he is reformed and not going to be this person that he was at 15, and that I would submit he still is. But his age at the time, again, he's not a 10-year-old, he's not a 13-year-old, he was 15 at the time. That's just 2 years short of life mandatory. And you can find that he's a juvenile. If he wasn't a juvenile, we wouldn't be having to go through this process. So I would submit to you there is no mitigating significance to that prong. His level of maturity or immaturity, in looking at this, I looked at some cases that kind of gave some guidance, and State v. McCord, there were some findings that were made and the court upheld them, and it said that it can manifest itself in impetuousness and impulsive acts. But in that case, the judge found that the defendant had made a plan and modified that plan multiple times, and that was sufficient to undercut this theory, and the Court of Appeals has upheld that. I would tell you here, we've talked about this plan, we've talked about the iterations of the plan, we've talked about everyone here saying how mature he was as a youth, and that there is no specific evidence that the defendant suffered from any specific immaturity at the time that would mitigate his decision. And that's the standard that was used by the court in the Borlase case, and that there was no evidence of impulsive action. We've gone through those reasons why. He was trusted to have firearms. He's independent, self-starter, given lots of freedoms, still is. No mitigating significance, I would submit to you, by his level of immaturity. In fact, I would submit to you it works against him in this case. The ability to appreciate the risks and consequences. We know that he appreciated them at the time because we're in a rare position where we have looked into the window of his internet searches and he has Googled the exact thing and consequence of the action that he is going to go do. He is apprised of it, and he still goes and does it. It's hard to say otherwise. The courts in McCord talked about the defendant in that case taking steps to minimize their chances of being caught, indicating an understanding and ability to appreciate. We've talked about it here. He entered into the thick, heavy woods and evaded police for at least 45 minutes before he sneak attacked on them in the woods again. He understood what was going on. He appreciated the consequences when he wrote the possible outcome what he viewed as the inevitable outcome of this in his note. He appreciated it and tried to effectuate it when he shot himself in the forehead with that shotgun. He knew the consequences. He talked about them. He knew the consequences of his actions of leaving the body in the bathroom of his brother. And we know that because he left a note saying, "Don't go in there, James is dead," appreciating the consequences of his action there. And we know that because it's in his own words. He's told us who he is. Trust him when he shows you that. His intellectual capacity, how is this even a question at this point for this person when all of the witnesses have told you 3.8 GPA, he's smart enough to research all of this, inquisitive, he's so inquisitive, he's able to bypass computers, he's able to conceal his plans in chapstick. It's this brilliant disguise that he's kept up for years, that he let his mask down when he thought, okay, it's going to be over at the end of this. I don't have to hide this anymore. He was smart enough to keep it all a secret until he decided to act on it. No mitigating significance. I would argue it works against him. His prior record, he doesn't have one. But given the facts and circumstances of the crime, given the fact that the crime shows this incorrigible behavior, I would submit minimal, if any, mitigating circumstances here. We have many first offenders that are spending the rest of their life in prison without the possibility of parole. The next, mental health status. Again, there's zero evidence that he suffered from any mental debilitating injury at the time. Everybody seems to think he knew what was going on as far as his mental health in the months leading up to this. There's maybe this question about depersonalization at the time. I would submit to you that's been debunked and should not apply. This works against him. I would submit this is not a mitigating factor for him. Same with familial or peer pressure. There is none here. In fact, there's the opposite. The opposite being the peer pressure that would have been exerted upon him was James. When he told you James would try to stop me, and so that's why I killed him. So again, no mitigating value in this, I would submit to the court. This is one that I think you have to answer, right? I mean, is there a likelihood that the defendant would benefit from rehabilitation in confinement? I would submit to you, I think that everybody would benefit from rehabilitation if they're given services at that point in time. It's to what degree are we talking about here? Remember, this is a person, and when you looked at the McCord case, it's a different situation because that was a resentencing on a Miller hearing, and the person had been in prison for many years, and they were able to go back and review what they had done while they were in custody, and they said it was a benefit to them to be able to do that. You have a little bit of that here, I would submit, and it's not as they would prescribe it or pretend that it is. I mean, yes, day to day he is going about his business and reaching this gold level status, but that's what he was doing before, until he wasn't. He goes along to get along to effectuate the goal that he has. The goal he has now is to lay low and stay out of trouble so that he can keep watching movies and keep eating Subway sandwiches and having the benefits of the phone calls. He's not going to have that goal when he's in DAC. The goal he had before was lay low, do my homework so I can get to these video games, get to my internet videos, do the things that I want to do, and then ultimately act upon them. The impulse control issues, I would submit to you, are irreparably damaged for him. He's never going to be 100% in that regard. That's what I understand all the doctors to say, even if Dr. Sapia maybe doesn't go that far. She doesn't not say that. She says, I don't know. the evidence is trending that way, but I don't know, because you never do. I would argue with you, to the court that he has been in, we have that history to know, has he changed? He's still interested in the same types of things. And I found it of note of the things that he is consuming and fixated on while he is in custody, and what he has told their investigators in this, and what his family has shared. Think about the things that he was consuming that we just saw, and think about the things that he is still consuming or interested in. He is interested in ammunition, guns, and violent things still. You have the Scuffles, or the violent television show where he reacts with the comment to the person who is in charge of his custody and care. You have the basketball court issue. You have I think they described it as the smart mouth that he still has, or has now, that maybe he was better at hiding then than he is now. Violent media consumption. The books that he's reading are still this type of thing. He is, and I think it's in one of the documents that we presented to you, but there's this conversation about Nintendo Switches and him getting agitated about a Nintendo Switch with his mother. There's these comments about professions and the comments about the family life that he makes. The Darwin Awards that he's been provided with. I mean, we heard what those are about. And then he goes out of his way to ask the worker who's interviewing him about 2 movies. Of all the movies in the world that he can ask about at that time, he asks about 2 movies. He asks about Civil War, and he asks about warfare. Now, this is a person who is in custody for killing 5 people, and his impulse control is such at that point that he is unable or unwilling, or doesn't realize that he's doing it, to seek that information out from an outside source to find out about those 2 things. He's not asking about whatever's on the Disney Channel or whatever's on ABC. He's seeking out those 2 types of things. It's instructive for you trying to look forward. So may there be some benefit to him. I'm not going to deny that there would be benefit to him being in custody and trying to be rehabilitated to some degree. Would he benefit from that? But to what degree? And to a degree that we should choose that option over life in prison without the possibility of parole, I would submit to you there's not enough mitigating significance there. Finally, any other thing in mitigation, I think the only thing you can really talk about here would be that drug consumption argument. He's found God apparently while in custody, but it sounded like he had God in his life beforehand. When you talk about he went to Sunday school every day, and now he's kind of back to where he was doing those sorts of things. So is that really a change? Is that really something that mitigates this? I would submit to you it's not. We've already talked about why I don't think the depersonalization is appropriate here. And so when you look at all those mitigating factors versus this idea of this crime and what he did to those people, and to those people who were out here, his family, who sat up here and told you, I could stand here and try to tell you and recount those things. They did it better than I could ever try to attempt and inform Your Honor about the effects of this. Even his parents' lives are ruined. This is a tragedy all the way around. But it's not an unavoidable tragedy, and it wasn't an unavoidable tragedy then. It was a tragedy that he chose to inflict upon all of these people, including his own family. And he has not shown, and there's not enough evidence to show here, that contradicts this idea that one of the deadliest shootings and a terrorization of a neighborhood to where you've seen hundreds of officers testify, you saw their reactions. This is a different case. And it is a different type of scenario than you would normally face. This is not the transient properties of youth manifesting themselves. This is the defendant showing you who he was at that time and acting upon it. And what that requires in this case is for you to sentence the defendant to every day that he possibly can serve in the Department of Adult Corrections. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take about a 7-minute recess and we'll resume at 25 minutes before.
Updated.
Superior Court meeting recess for 7 minutes.
Yeah, that's a little concerning, isn't it? I did my part. Good. He made all that phone stuff on the. Oh, he did. He really ramping up. Let's go. Ramping up. I know. Oh, I know. Yeah, there's. You got to take care of it now. You can watch it on TV.
Hold on one second, Your Honor.
Oh,
That's right. Yeah.
Superior Court is now back in session.
all right. For the defense, Ms. Manette.
The gun was bigger than he was. That is what Dustin Poole said. The gun was bigger than he was. This crime is bigger than Austin Thompson is. The harm and the pain that Austin has caused is bigger than he could repay in 10 lifetimes. This is without a doubt one of the worst crimes that Wake County has ever seen. I cannot and I will not minimize the horrific nature of these crimes. Each and every victim was innocent. They were living their lives in a place that they should have felt safe. The effect of these crimes, the crimes that Austin committed, was felt at every moment in this courtroom. The crimes are bigger than Austin is. If this was about whether the mitigation outweighed the aggravation, I'm not sure what I would say right now. I'm not sure that there is anything that could be true or anything that we could present where the mitigation would outweigh the aggravated nature of these crimes. But that is not the decision. The decision in this case is about whether Austin is one of those rare juveniles described in Miller who is permanently corrupt, who can never be rehabilitated. Miller talks about why we look at that. They talk about the transient nature of youthful qualities and how children are so much more capable of change. They also talk about the penological justification for punishment and how most of those reasons don't apply to juveniles. And as we follow the case law, we recognize that these sentencing hearings are about the individual child and not about the crime. It is about that question. And I know Mr. Latour just said that question is not what is on the table. I think that's a misreading of Jones v. Mississippi, which came out a few years ago from the Supreme Court. And his reasoning is actually what the dissent worries about in Jones. Jones says Miller and Montgomery stand, but we are not imposing an Eighth Amendment requirement for a specific finding to be made. It reasons that the decision that somebody is permanently corrupt is inherent in the decision to sentence them to life without parole. And the dissent warns this is a procedural rule only, not a substantive change. But also in North Carolina, State v. Kelleher says Article 1, Section 27 of our Constitution, where it says cruel or unusual punishment, as opposed to cruel and unusual punishment, actually kind of overrides what Jones says and says that there does have to be a specific finding of the trial judge. That the juvenile is one of those exceedingly rare children who cannot be rehabilitated. That is the decision that is in front of your honor. That is the requirement in order to sentence Austin Thompson to life without the possibility of parole. And so that is the decision that is in front of us. And the reason for that is because children are fundamentally different than adults. They are different. Austin is different from an adult. Austin is different from another child. Austin is different from a stereotypical mass shooter. Austin is different. And by pleading guilty, Austin will all automatically and always receive a sentence that is so much bigger than him. Dr. Sapia on the stand today said 15-year-olds can't conceive of being 40, which, interestingly, is the exact age he would be if he were released on parole after 25 years in prison. So much bigger than he is. I want to talk about the evidence that was presented in this case, and it's not going to be any surprise that I'm going to focus on a lot of the same things that the state did. The points of contention, the places we interpret evidence differently. I want to start by talking about red flags. There were no red flags in Austin's life. We heard from his parents, Elise and Alan Thompson. We heard from teachers, Alexandra Bennett, Madeline Solak, Laura Wright, Erica Peterson, Chelsea Mulholland, Neil Gallagher, all agree that there were no red flags. He was described by them as a good kid, respectful, competitive, smart, and diligent. A peanut. He appeared to be universally liked by the adults who oversaw his growth and development. 3.875 GPA, had friends in his classes, didn't appear to be bullied, nothing that would be a red flag. And what I thought was interesting from Dr. Gibson, the subject matter expert who came in for the state, she said, her paper said, research has shown at least one bystander witnessed one or more concerning behaviors in 100% of the cases that she studied. 100%. Now, I didn't understand fully what this meant until I talked to her. And she was very clear that what this meant is that in 100% of the cases, there was someone who reported a concerning behavior before the event occurred. So this is not 100% of the time someone with a retrospective view goes, I think I might have seen something that I didn't realize at the time. This is actual reporting of concerns. 100%. We don't even have that retrospective concept here. Austin had no grievance, no cause, no extremism, no preoccupation, no escalating marination and violence. The state wants you to believe that this was very well planned and that he fits the mold of a typical mass shooter. I want to talk about why that is so comfortable. It is comfortable to put him in the shoes of a typical mass shooter. We live in a society where mass shootings happen all the time. Since this hearing started, there have been 7 mass shootings in this country. They happen all the time. In the 30-ish years since Columbine, we are seeing more and more and more. We live in a world in which we all recognize that we could be touched. We probably will in some way be touched by the violence caused by mass shooters. And nothing is being done systemically. This is not a political statement or a suggestion as to what could be done. But at this point, decades after this has ramped up, and we see it, and we see it, and we see it, and nothing is done, we're angry. All of us are angry. My son, my youngest child, was held until 6 o'clock on his very first day of kindergarten because there was an active shooter at UNC. We are angry we live in a world in which we know this could happen to us. But we have nowhere to put that anger other than in the mass shooters themselves, because nobody is doing anything systemically. Now, I am not saying that mass shooters are not to blame. I'm not saying that Austin Thompson isn't to blame. But I am saying that we focus our energy and attention on them in a way that makes us want to say that they fit this mold and they are like this and they always proceed in this way with these signs, because it makes us feel safe that while we might be touched by the violence of mass shooting, we aren't going to have a mass shooter in our family. Because what we still can't stand to think about is that we could be the Thompsons. We could end up in their position. We want to feel like we don't live in a world in which we could live the reality of the Thompsons. And so we're willing to do gymnastics to try and take little bits of cherry-picked information and cram Austin Thompson into the stereotypical mold. The problem is that the truth does not care about our feelings. The truth doesn't care about what makes us feel safe and secure, and the truth does not care if we believe it. It is. And the truth in this case is that Austin Thompson did not plan anything. He did not fit the stereotypical mold of a mass shooter. That was not him. Dr. Corvin, who has examined, I think he said, 20 mass shooters personally. I'm not sure there's a more qualified expert out there to talk about what mass shooters do and what they're like. Personal examination. He expected to see some of these stair steps to this type of event. He expected to see that. He did not. He started ruling things out. His expert, uncontroverted opinion, and I say that, and I think it's worth making the point that the state never presented an expert that examined Austin Thompson. They could have. They chose not to. And so his testimony is uncontroverted. Dr. Sapia's testimony, uncontroverted. We do not have dueling experts in this case. They attempted to undermine, but those experts are the only experts we have heard from who have looked at the specific findings in this case, who have looked at Austin Thompson. And Dr. Corvin, who regularly examines and contextualizes people who are in that stereotype of a mass shooter and still provides testimony, still provides reports, said that's not what happened here. So, let's talk about the phone. These are the state's categories from the report. These are the search categories that they wanted us to look at. This is what they want everybody to focus on. And I thought when Sergeant Pike testified, it was really interesting when I started asking him about other possible categories of searches. I wanted to know about some of this. He couldn't even give me general information. And he said I was only looking for the violent stuff. Guess what? For any of us, if we took our phone and we took our Google search history and we synthesized it down and we only looked at searches that had to do with one particular category, it would almost look like we were obsessed with that category. 30,000 searches in this particular database. 30,000 searches. And they ignore this many of them. They take out the ones that fit their theory, the theory they went in with, the theory that they wanted to prove. And they only look at those, and they isolate them away from their context, and they isolate them away from all other information. But there are so many other searches on this phone. I also thought that the web browsing activity was interesting, and I tried to talk to Sergeant Pike about that. Isn't it interesting that he hops? All of these searches are very quick dives. Whenever you see consecutive searches, there's seconds or maybe a minute between these searches. We don't see substantial depth in any of these searches, and I'm not just talking about the ones that the state's focusing on. You see this pattern across all of his web browsing. You see this pattern in everything that he looks at, whether it's video games, dinosaurs, celebrities, food, or violence. Very quick web browsing. And I think that that is a really interesting area to look at as well, because it is part of our context. It is part of what surrounds these searches. And this is the type of stuff that Dr. Corvin was talking about. He's saying, I'm not concerned about some amount of violent searches. on a teenage boy's phone. There's a morbid curiosity. A lot of people look at some of this stuff. What I'm worried about is proportionality. How much time is being spent looking at this stuff? Is it becoming an obsession? Is it becoming something that is grossly escalating? Is it becoming something where somebody is losing focus on other areas of their life? Searches on a phone are always going to look bad if they are filtered down to only the things that fit the state's theory. And I have to say, I relate to this web browsing pattern of very quick web browsing. You know, we've heard Austin referred to over and over and over again as somebody who's curious and has a thirst for knowledge. And he certainly had an interest in criminal justice topics. And one of the categories on this video is TV shows. And they are exclusively, I believe, related to crime. He had an interest in criminal justice subject matter. And so we see those searches on his phone. When I'm watching a TV show, I will Google a bunch of stuff that I'm seeing come up, browse some stuff quickly, move on with my life. This is a familiar search pattern for a lot of people. And so the state's attempt to cram this evidence into that stereotypical mass shooter category just does not work. We are also missing a lot of things on his phone that we would expect to find from a child who is planning a mass shooting, like any actual plans. There is nothing here that indicates a plan. There's not map searches to find places to go. There's not, a packing list of what to put in this backpack. There's not drafts of a note to leave. There's not. These searches are this retrospective view. In light of what has happened, what can we find that looks like what we're talking about here? Of course they found stuff on his phone. For a child who Googles everything under the sun, how many teeth does a hyena have? That was on his phone, right? And so we see all of this curiosity come out in his browsing history. This is the context. Also, what is the context? Is that he is a child in a public school in the United States doing mass shooter drills during a year in which both the Uvalde and Buffalo shootings occurred. Uvalde was on the news daily. I'm sure I Googled a lot of stuff looking at the Uvalde. And the state also pulled out some stuff about police going into the woods. You know what also happened in the fall of that year? The Ned Bird situation here in Wake County. I probably had similar searches. What was going on there? So we see current events come into play in some of these searches as well. But what is notably absent is anything that shows any actual plan or design. No communication with anybody saying, hey, I'm thinking about this, or indicating that. Anything that says, wait till tomorrow, everything will change. Nothing like that. Nothing that I think the expert called leakage. We are seeing nothing like that. No manifesto. And certainly no concern about the environment. And so all of these things are missing from his phone. But what do we have on his phone? Way more searches about schoolwork than we ever saw about guns. Way more searches about video games than pretty much any other category of the state. Celebrities, food, jobs. And that's an interesting category. On his phone, regularly, every few months, he does a little bit of a dive into possible careers. How much does an anesthesiologist make? How many years of school do I have to go to? And we see this regularly throughout the course of those searches, over and over and over. Does that sound like a child who's planning a mass shooting? What does he need to know about possible careers? Oh, and so now we are going to talk about the red flag we did find. The only person who said that there was a red flag in this case was Dr. Nuruddin. A red flag on his genetic markers. A red flag for his ability to metabolize medication. And I want to be clear. Austin pled guilty to first-degree murder. This is not an excuse. It is not a justification. It is not an ask you to let him go home situation. It is an attempt to get to the truth in this matter. And the problem is The state's theory, as convenient as it is, and as safe as it makes us feel, that the Austin Thompsons of the world are not in our own home, does not work. It does not fit. It doesn't even fit with the expert that they put on the stand. And so we have to figure out what happened. And we have to do it with somebody sitting next to me who does not remember, who can't tell us what he was feeling. And so this is what makes sense. The menocycline depersonalization is what starts to connect all of these things that don't make sense on the table together. When I work on my cases, I like to take my facts and spread them all out and try to figure out how they go together. How do they fit? And this felt like a mystery until we had this piece. So we've got the note that he left, which on its face seems nonsensical. It's internally inconsistent. A couple of different reasons given and no reason at all. Weird things that don't make sense to write if you're about to commit a mass shooting. He's clearly about to commit a mass shooting here. I am not alleging that he wasn't about to commit a mass shooting. That is what's happening here. But the words don't make sense. And in fact, the state spent a lot of time on this in their closing, talking about how you can read it multiple ways, right? And this is actually a debate we had over here. I was never bullied or anything. Is this, I was never bullied by dad? Or is this goodbye dad? I don't know. The state doesn't know. We don't know. It doesn't make sense. And I disagree with Mr. Latour that this looks like his homework. I did notice that the paper he put up was the 2021. If you compare it against the 2022 paper, it's pretty distinctly different. This sort of disjointed way of like skipping lines and like leaving stuff blank, that's weird. This letter is weird, and the content is weird. But I think this search, this series of searches that I asked Sergeant Pike about is interesting. I believe, and I've looked at several different databases, I believe this is the last search about mass shootings that we see on his phone. I might be wrong about that. There's several different databases and different iterations of downloads. But I think this is the last one. Which again, October 7th, if this is something that he's marinating in, feels like a long time before this mass shooting to not be looking at more of it. I would think if you knew that the 13th was the day, you'd be gearing up. But it starts, and again, we see this very quick web browsing. This is all within 2 minutes, with a Washington Post article about mass shooters. And then the question, why do some people hate society? If he hated society, why did he have to ask? He goes to a Quora on why people hate society, and then another Google search about it. And then we get down here, and as he's reading through some of the information, person killed people because they were destroying the planet. This is the last thing that we see in his phone about mass shootings before this incident occurs. You know, during this trial, I woke up from a dream where when I walked into the courtroom, I looked over at my co-counsel, Mr. Thomas here, and he was wearing one of my blazers. And it was a blazer I happened to pick up the other day, but I put back down. I didn't wear it. And in the dream, this seemed totally normal. And when I woke up, I was like, whoa, that was weird. That was a weird dream. And why was he wearing my blazer? And why was it that blazer? This was something that I had picked up, looked at, and put back down a few days before. That's what this looks like. This was fresh in his mind. This looks like dissociation. It looks like being in a dream. Pulling something random that you happen to see on the internet in 2 minutes of searches about a week before. I don't really have a reason because I'm not all here. And I got to put something on this piece of paper. And I read something about people who destroy the earth. That's what this seems like. This is what I'm saying about the pieces of the puzzle starting to make sense. And we look at his actions. And I'm not getting into definitions of zombies, but we have multiple statements that indicate an oddity to the way he was moving during this. Consistent statements. And I'm not saying that we don't see him jog at points, that we don't see him walk at points, that we don't see, and certainly nobody's saying that this is automatism or anything like that. But we get these statements from different witnesses over the course of time. Odd behavior. And Dr. Corvin said these are classic statements to describe somebody who is in a dissociative state. And then the video. Oh. I don't know why it's not playing. Well, it does not want to play. The video of him in that trailer park. I have watched that video so many times. It is bizarre. It is bizarre. I also think it's interesting that the state, they say several times he was interested in the notoriety, he was interested in being the best or the worst, depending on how you want to frame it, that he wanted that notoriety. But we see him go by multiple people and not shoot them. I think all mass shooters are typically seen as wanting to create a high number of casualties. But again, we're looking at bizarre behavior for that purported goal, right? His waving his arm is odd. He just kind of keeps gesticulating over here. And holding the gun, it's odd. I don't think there's another way to describe it. I'm baffled by it. And so these pieces, you put them together, and frankly, what this whole thing actually kind of looks like to me is what you see when you play a first-person shooter game. From the way that all of the ammo and guns were laid out, kind of like the cache of weapons that comes up in a video game, to the way he moves, and even to that statement, kind of like how the kids talk to each other on a video game. Warning you, warning, right? All of this looks like a first-person shooter game. And I think another way to say feeling like you're in a dream could be feeling like you're in a video game. None of this is meant to excuse his actions. He pled guilty. He did that by his choice. And you heard Dr. Corvin say it against counsel advice. This was Austin Thompson's choice. That's his choice, and he has pled guilty. And so we're not here to excuse anything. But we are here to explain how we got here. But everything about this case makes so much more sense when you get the piece of dissociation. How a kid who had a 3.8 GPA, college-bound, looking at careers, never a behavior problem, suddenly kills 5 people and ruins countless lives. How do we reconcile those two? This makes sense. Dr. Corvin says it is the most likely thing at this point, and the only thing he has left on the table. I know it is more comfortable to believe he's just evil. I know it feels safer to put him in that box and to say he's just like everybody else who commits a mass shooting. But that is not the truth. However, even if Your Honor believes that he planned this, he hid it really well, and he just had this master plan, that doesn't end the inquiry. Because again, it's about whether or not he is permanently corrupt. And what did Dr. Corvin call him? He's now Austin 2.0. Austin 2.0. Because when he shot himself in the head, his personality fundamentally changed. And I understand that the state has issue with this because they say we're trying to have it both ways. It is actually both ways. Because personality is here that is permanently impacted. However, because he is young, the skills associated with the frontal lobe can continue to develop normally, and everybody who has tested him and interacted with him believe they are. But look, Judge, that right there is Austin 1.0. That is his brain. on the floor of that barn. He left Austin 1.0 there. He woke up in the hospital. No memory of doing this, no reason why, but a fundamentally different human than he was before. Who is Austin 2.0? He's somebody that Dr. Sapia described as proud of his behavior status. He was excited to explain to her that he was gold status. Somebody who wants to understand and wants to learn. Somebody who has had remarkable improvement in his neurocognitive functioning. Great prognostic indicators. That's what she said. Great prognostic indicators. The chaplain said, he's a kid who doesn't like to get credit. He's an overcomer. He is genuine and real. Principal Jones called him humble, curious, loving learning, courteous, humorous. He's a child who, despite a catastrophic brain injury, pushed himself to graduate while incarcerated, while recovering from this TBI, and while frankly having to deal with the trauma of having committed this crime and have no memory of it. And he did it a semester early. That's incredible. That is not a child who doesn't have the capacity to change. That is a child who is changing. That is a child who is showing every marker and every sign of being able to be rehabilitated. What an example he set for the other students at Cumberland. They watched him graduate. They celebrated with him. They saw somebody get their diploma. That's the example he will continue to be while he is incarcerated. That is Austin 2.0. The Austin who graduated. The Austin who chose to get baptized. Who chooses to engage with the religious services. Who has grown over the past 3 years. He has grown neurocognitively. He has grown psychologically. He has grown in his faith. And he has grown physically. I want to talk about the Miller factors briefly. I'm not going through each one. But the thing I think is remarkable about our Miller fixed statute, and the thing I really like about it, is that it doesn't tell us how to use these. The ultimate question is, can he potentially be rehabilitated? And we say, these are the areas to consider. It doesn't say, these are mitigating circumstances to be considered if, say, he has poor mental health. It says his mental health is something to consider in whether or not he can be rehabilitated. So for some of these, like intellectual capacity, he obviously had a high intellectual capacity at the time. He has minimally an average one now. I would argue to you, Your Honor, that that is a protective factor, something that will help him rehabilitate, something that will help him continue to gain from rehabilitative services. Mental health. He did not have mental health issues before. He has been through something traumatic and could probably benefit from mental health services now, but he does not have mental health diagnoses. The fact that he doesn't have mental health diagnoses is another protective factor for his rehabilitation. It is one less struggle he will have to work through. While I agree that he should avail himself of mental health services while in prison, and I suspect he will, Your Honor, that is due to circumstances and not underlying mental health. So these factors are not a one-size-fits-all approach. They are not, we look at them to see if they are poor and then say, well, they suffered from these things. That is one way for them to be used. Another way is to look at them as protection in his ability to be reformed and to be rehabilitated. I also want to take a minute to talk about parole. Parole is not some grand reward here. Parole is something that is a narrow chance. And I wanted to look at the reason somebody can be denied parole, and I highlighted number 2. His release at that time would unduly depreciate the seriousness of his crime or promote disrespect for the law. A parole board can look at him and say, we don't think you're a risk, we don't think you're a danger, but we think your crimes are bad enough that we're not going to let you be released. Having the possibility of parole is far from a guarantee that he will ever get parole or that he'll get it in any certain amount of time. It is a crack in the door saying you have the possibility. We as a court system, we see that your youth intersected with this crime, and we see that your youth allows you to change and to grow, and we believe that it is possible that one day you will grow to the point that a parole board will seriously consider releasing you. It is a crack in the door, and that is all. This case, it's made me think a lot the past couple weeks. This has been a hard courtroom to be in for everybody who is here. It made me think back to starting in juvenile work. Very first time I was in juvenile court, I was an intern. I didn't make it through the session. I ran out, and I ran into the bathroom and I cried. Somebody had told a child in that courtroom that he wasn't wanted. I was so upset, I almost withdrew from the juvenile clinic I was enrolled in for the next year. I decided that I was going to continue. But I thought, I'm just going to do it for this year. This is my way to get the experience that I want in law school. I remember each of the children I represented that year. I remember their struggles. I remember crying in more bathrooms. Children are so different. They are so profoundly different. They're different in every single way. And they're different from me. And they're different from each other. And I graduated law school and thought, I'm going into the adult work. But the juvenile work pulled me again, and again, and again. It has not gotten easier. And every time I finish a difficult case, every time I sit next to a terrified child in a courtroom, I think, I don't know if I can do this anymore. And I've sat next to a lot of terrified children. And when I got the call on this case, I had sworn it off again. I just finished a case with a 10-year-old accused of homicide. But I decided, no, I can do this. I can do it. Because as hard as it is, there is nothing as rewarding as working with these kids, of seeing their growth and change, of watching them grow up before my eyes, and of believing in the very best possibilities for them. Austin Thompson will wake up on Saturday in prison. Austin Thompson will spend more time than he can conceive of in prison, no matter what the outcome of this hearing is. Austin Thompson will always be Austin Thompson. He is a genuine individual, and he will wake up, and he will learn the rules of the facility he's in, and he will read his Bible, and he might mouth a little, usually in a joking way, to somebody around him. And he will maintain his sense of self, no matter what. I know that Austin Thompson will contribute to the prison environment for however many days he is there. I also know that Austin is different from me because almost every case I've been involved in, the child I have sat next to has expressed or felt or exuded fear. And that's not what I get from Austin. There's a lot of emotion over here, but it's not fear, because he has fully and totally accepted whatever the outcome of this hearing is. And that is exactly what makes him redeemable. He made the choice to plead this to save the victims the pain, to save his family the pain. I have sat next to him this whole hearing, watching him grip his hands until they turn purple under the table, and at the most emotional testimony, hearing the jagged intake of his breath. Austin Thompson's life has value. And just like truth, that intrinsic human value is there whether you recognize it or not. I ask that you do, and I ask that you sentence him to a consolidated life with the possibility of parole sentence.
Thank you. All right. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to take this matter under advisement. We'll gather at 9:30 tomorrow morning. I anticipate I'll be in a position to enter judgment at that time. I doubt that I will have written findings, facts, and conclusions of law. I'll go ahead and ask you now, is there any, will you stipulate that I can enter such an order out of turn, out of session, after these matters conclude tomorrow, so we can go ahead and get that on the record?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll stipulate.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. That being the case, we'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, Your Honor, Superior Court be in recess till tomorrow morning, 09:30 hours.
Okay.